Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Please make sure your tray tables are in the sideways position. If you look out your side window, you will see we are at Cape Canaveral, prepping for moon launch. Pre-fueling checks have been completed, and we are about to lift off on what should be a glorious day. Not a squeeze, not a squoze, but if YouTube, talking heads, and Reddit have managed to hype themselves up, we might see a little bit of life as people come back to this sure bet and dump all their life savings into a stock, which, deserves it. I'm not going to, trash AMC, but don't confuse retarded exuberance with a fundamental shift in the stock. So what can easily go up because of retards can easily go down because of retards. But what we hope is that they're so retarded that it stays up because they forget to sell. And then we'll win. So buy, hold, and give us your money. That works for me. I'll take it. So yeah, the pre-market looks good. We're just going to take a look at it, which is why we're starting 5 minutes early, which is what I normally do when there's actually something to talk about. So let's just flip over. Boom. All right. And good to have you guys all here today. So this is just a 1 hour view of the past 2 months. 2 months, let's say. So this is where we're trying to go. This is the feature that we're trying to compete with. This is all done. This all matters, but really we're working from this corner onwards. So I've been saying for a while, we're going to start with a U shape, right? We're going to go into a U shape. So there's an invisible U shape somewhere here we can't see, right? And I'm hoping we're going to see either today or tomorrow or sometime really, really soon, because I won't put a time frame on it. We're going to hit this wall. And when we do, we'll see us just rapidly climb in a kind of sideways 45 degree, and then it'll start increasing with intensity, right? So that's the fundamentals of the technical, let's say. So that's going to happen just because that's what happens. But when that happens, right, then we get the retards, and then we get the exuberance, and we get the hype because they see green, right? It's finally over. Everything's great. So then the U shape will become even steeper, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? So it starts with the technicals, but then it follows up with stupidity, I guess, and then the combination of the two confirms it, and then it becomes locked in stone because both the technical and the support from not smart people brings in the smart people and the investors because now it's confirmed, it's locked in. So the beginnings might have been wish-washy, but once it gets going on a U shape, you're good till the middle and the top, right? And smart money knows that, so they'll get in and they'll drive it up, and we'll have probably a 30% day. So we're right here. So our next jump is 29%. So maybe the 30% day is today. Maybe it's tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be a 10, 15, 15, a 10 and a 20. Yeah. And then the next one after that will be another 15%, which we could pull off. I expect a little bit of resistance up here, but we'll see how it is. So we might be able to get out of this in 2 days, the best case scenario. But I'm guessing, judging by how things are, it's going to take us maybe to the end of the month, I think. So it's going to be about another week before we clear 14. But best case scenario, we can be up there in 2 days. So not bad. Anyways, so that's looking good. GME is also having a relatively okay pre-market. It's not red, but GME is just trading time before it dies. It is at a point where it could do a bit of a breakout. They may go into a U shape when we do. We might even pull them up, but I don't know. So it's 1 minute and 40 seconds till market opens for those that aren't watching but are just listening. We are 9.98 in the pre-market. We were over 10 earlier. That's an equivalency of 2.04% up in the pre-market right now. And I think 10% was 2.48%. Sorry, 10 was 10 price was 2.48%. Holy crap. If I remember it correctly. GME is 158 and close, and 159.42 pre-market. And we're looking okay. The NASDAQ pre-market is down. No data for the S&P or the Dow, at least in the free. Yep. Let's see, Roblox. Roblox is down as it should be. Okay, the DAX. DAX had a pretty decent day. Market opens in 30 seconds. The UK had a pretty good day. And they're looking good. All right. Maybe. So the global markets don't look like they're shitting on us too hard. We're now down to 996 pre-market. Market opens in 12 seconds. Let's get to the 1 minute. And let's see this baby take off. Okay, market opened at 995, 1.33% up. We're declining. Nothing serious. Yeah, I saw his video went viral. I didn't watch it. No. His videos, because he's the only one that's really the head of AMC right now. It's catching. He's showing up in Google searches, which is probably why they're picking him up now. Yeah, it's definitely code. Yeah, he can do all his due diligence about manipulation, but it's... See, news networks want controversy, but they would get in trouble, legally in trouble, if they make up shit. But if they talk about somebody that's making up shit, that's legal, right? So it's like, hey, this guy over here believes that the Illuminati are secretly making Jewish space lasers. Let's talk about that. But if they talked about it, they'd be violating journalism laws, right? So don't buy into it. Just because it's out there, just because it's hype, doesn't mean shit. I mean, good for him. He's getting famous. I won't bash that. But when it comes to financials, it means nothing. Yeah. So I figured my gameplay for today is I figured the DTCC ruling would probably either scare the Redditors or hype them up. So it looks like it turned into a hype. So I expected some type of price motion today. And so good, it's positive. Now that it is positive, I have to reassess, my viewpoint, perspective. Let's use that word. So now we want to see how much damage the Redditors can do. So we're going to look at the volume. The volume is 1.468, which isn't that high. Our volume yesterday was 300,000 coming out of the gate. So even with all this hype from the Redditors, right? The unholy squeeze, we're only trading at 3 times garbage volume, or about normal volume to half of good volume. So, ta-da! That's not a squeeze. And that means this will likely run out of steam in the next minute. Now, it doesn't mean we'll completely run out of steam for the rest of the day. There might be bursts, right? There might be no sellers today. It might be just all buyers. So we might not even need the volume, right? I don't really care. I love seeing green. This is awesome. But as, let's say, hobbyist professionals, right? You don't want to get too excited, right? You don't want to buy into the FOMO. So you have to keep your eyeballs peeled. Keep looking at all the metrics. You know, it looks good now, but is it going to hold? Is it going to keep going? Right? So we've done a 3.78% rise with no red, no retraction. We're showing weakness. We're slowing down. The volume's not high. So this all speaks to a red retraction coming up in the next minute or two. So let's see if that plays out. Now we want to see how big this red is. How committed are the sellers? And it looks like there's no commitment from the sellers, which means this will push to a green. And then it should take off as long as we have commitment from the buyers. Now let's take a look at everybody else. Yeah, because that's pretty low volume. That's 1.6 thousand. Nothing. 6, 12. This one was pretty good. 18. That's what we get on a good day. 18 per minute. Ones and twos are slow as shit. If we go on our good days. On our bad days, shitty is 100, which is the bare minimum, and our best is somewhere around 6. Generally, we float around 1 to 2 thousand on my volume scales. So we are doing better than shit, but definitely no squoze. But then, of course, that shouldn't surprise you. Okay, GME's okay, Dow is declining. So we're actually beating the Dow. So the Dow may be wet blanketing our AMC. So we may actually want to go up faster, but because the Dow is draining out, we're draining out. Now, the Dow just lifted for a half second. So if we just spring up really quickly, that would be confirmed true. Because the Dow is letting off the pressure. So we should have the Dow plus hyperactive Redditors, and that should give us a spring. Let's see. It takes about a minute for the reaction to happen. The Dow reaction, this should be immediate, but you need the buyers and sellers to kick in. So nope. So sellers kicked in, they don't give a shit, and the sellers are now being amplified by what has happened to the Dow. Good. Well, not good, but good that it's following normal. Okay, so then that tells us basically, even with the support of the Dow letting off the gas pedal, or the brake pedal, I guess, putting on the gas, AMC still wanted to crash. And that's your retraction I was talking about 2 minutes ago, right here. You went up too high. There's no stomach to go higher. The volume's not supporting it. So you're going to teeter and fall. And so here it is. How much you fall, nobody knows. If we go past probably here, 995, it'll come right back down to 997, 79. Man, I got like hardcore dyslexia today. 979. Because it'll just free fall because there's nothing holding it up. And then all the people that bought in the pre-market, like, oh my god, it's a sure deal, are about to get fucked. So they're going to want to get out of the way. A simple human psychology. And go figure that a market run by humans might be subject to human psychology. Gasp. Damn it. Fucking YouTube clowns. They're killing me. We don't know what's going on with this bad boy. It is just all over the place. Like, here it failed its U-shape, right? But it failed, and then it's like, nah, fuck this, goes sideways, and then finishes it. Like, this is one hell of a powerhouse of us shares. Whoever the buyers and sellers are here, they just do not let it go down. It's like what we were seeing with GameStop at the very beginning. Like, that should have been a roll and a collapse, right? But it just powered. Like, it was trying to go down, but the buyers basically made it go sideways until the sellers ran out of, like, attrition. They ran out of power, and then it's like, our turn. And then it got up too high, and then the sellers finally, plummeted it. And then they're like, fine. That's insane. Stocks don't normally move this way. I haven't seen this in probably a very long time. They normally do this, right? They crash, then they slowly climb out, then they slowly go, and then there's little burst. But something like this is, yeah. And plus, you can see, look at the volume, right? Incredible volume. Which is why it can make funny shapes, because there's irrationality in that volume. And I don't know who's buying and selling it, but yeah. Now we're making the S shape. So there was our retraction. Our retraction stopped. If we go down another 4 cents, it will continue. So this could be the dead cat bounce, if you will. So this is a very micro picture, but this is essentially the same as this. Right? Up, down, bounce, bounce, whatever. So that you might see that on a larger chart pattern, but that's exactly the same as this here. So keep that in mind. So you never want to trust that this is the recovery. You need a little bit more confirmation, or you run the risk of getting your hands chopped off. So we'll just let it go. So now it's technically going into a micro pennant shape, which means in the next penny, it's going to break up or break down. And it's like super hard to tell because, well, there's only a penny between the top of that red and the bottom of that red. So, now technically the bottom of the pennant is the bottom of the green right now, because it's a closing triangle, right? So right now it's more likely to break up than it is to break down. But when it breaks down, because you technically have a pennant here, right, a really tiny one, I could probably show you real quick before it breaks out. So you have a tiny one right here, but you also have the bigger one from the bottom of this guy right here. But because they're so close, when this one goes red and breaks through this tiny one that uses these two greens that are flat, it would then break through the other one. So you can basically just merge them together, because every time you go over a support line or something like that, you get a little bit of a boost generally. I would say almost always, but there's probably a few times it doesn't happen. But I would say almost always. And if you don't get the boost, it's because your boost was crushed or suppressed, or that wasn't a proper measurement, right? So here we got a boost for going over the line, but because the boost is a penny, and going over the line is a penny, we don't see it because it's so tiny, right? But there's a little bit of battle fighting here. The buyers and the sellers are literally evenly matched, and they're really trying for 10. The volume is relatively high. Relatively. Got a bit of a battle going. Who will control Middle Earth? Let's see here. Ah, man, low volume sucks. We're like frozen now. Come on. Wow, that was so much energy in the pre-market, and now we're just back to fucking paint drying. Come on. Do a thing. Poke with stick. Poke with stick. Now, I wonder if the Redditors are just trying to keep it at $10. So every time it goes under, how quickly do we come back to $10? Really quickly. I wonder. I wonder. And it's not a robot because we wouldn't be able to have, we wouldn't go over 10 if it was a robot. So like right here, this would have been crushed. There's no way we would get to 10.02. So if we get to 10.03, that should get us, yeah, now then, there we go. So I was going to say, if we get over 10.03, we should have a boost because it clears the last two lines, that thin green one to its left and the original green both got cleared when you did 10.03. So then we just went 10.04, 10.07 in a second, right? Perfect. So this is us completing a U shape. And basically what we did in the macro is basically a 4-month version. And we're basically right here right now in the macro version. And here's the micro version. Here's 14. Here's the crash, right? This is the painful fucking bottom. And then this is us right here. And this is what I'm expecting to happen. But it might take, days, right? And see, it's going to play out just like this. It's going to go up to here. Then it's going to get pushed down a little, see? So this is a little theater of what's going to happen in the next couple weeks. And then it'll finally get the courage to punch this guy and get a boost. And then huzzah! We'll be at 16 something. And that's where I think we're going in the long term. But I'm waiting for that kickoff to happen, right? Which might be today. But yeah, we're basically the corner, that first green at the bottom of this bull run. But we need the volume. So. It's not a squeeze. It's not a squoze. We'll just get a long overdue bull run. Which is, I've been saying that for almost a month. Actually, I've been saying it for a month, maybe a month and a half. Oh, man. Getting real fucking tired of 9. But then again, remember, this is 10. We should be at 11. 11 is our safety number. 10 is still in the weeds, right? It's just that we fell down to 9, which is dangerous because 860, 850 is like our absolute floor before we go back to 7 and 5. So we got pretty close to scary land, right? So this looks like a lot of FOMO. Look at how the volume's increased, right? So this is just Redditors wasting their money. So I would highly recommend buying in now, setting a very short stop loss, and then basically bail out the second this turns around. Because the Redditors are going to dump, and then the smart money is going to get in as well. Then the smart money is going to pull the plug and completely fuck it. So, be the smart money. No chimps, only apes here. That's going to be my new thing. I'm going to refer to shitty apes as chimps. You have to earn your ape status. None of this, we're all apes. Fuck that. There's chimps, there's primates, and then there's space apes. And those chimps can go to hell. Yeah. Well, the rest of the market is having a good time. Why we're getting Reddit dollars. But that just means we're on a time bomb, right? If we're being held up by hype is finicky. It's gonna go and we're gonna pay. So play the hype, make your money, but be careful of an exploding bomb coming. Yeah. So I'm gonna run this, so I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Since I recommended something and I'm not a financial advisor, I'm going to play it just in case you're following along. We're going to make some cash together. Okay, I'm just looking at the other metrics. So basically the US market opened piss, dragged down the DAX, dragged down the UK, but that's fine. It's leveling out, so we should get a boost coming soon. GME broke through. It's now, I think it's 153 that it's critical point. So it's $1 from taking a nosedive. So we want to keep an, actually, you know what? I'm going to put an alert. If it hits 153.40, I want to know because it's going to tank AMC. So we're going to sell the second GME starts to go take a nosedive. All right, good. Oh man, if we could just be really fucking stupid and push up to, I don't know, $13 today, I will sell my $14 shares at a loss. I don't fucking care. Because this is, I don't care if people want to be retarded. Again, you can't fight the market. So if the market wants to go fucking stupid and it doesn't make sense, who cares? It's happening, right? You know? I bet Trey right now is fucking like frailing his arms around and fucking going, I told you. Except, you know, it's no. Yeah. He just managed to get Reddit hyped up. You know, that's the definition of pump, and we're going to see the dump. So this is not a squeeze. By no means. Our volume is still 1.5 million. We're not in high volume. So as I said like many times for the last couple months, right, we're in a U shape. So we're going to hit the edge of the U. But you can see here, this is not a U. We're making a vertical line right now, right? So that means one of two things. And we don't know which one, or I don't know which one. The first one is that we're under the U shape. So this is the market telling us that it wants to get back to where the U shape really is. Or two, this is just people being stupid, and what's going to happen is there'll be a crash or a horizontal motion till we hit the real U shape. I'm going to go with this being hype because it's a special day, air quote. If this was the real U shape, we would go sideways like this, and then you'd see it kind of go up as it's touching it, and then it would follow it. So as we slam into the wall, right, if we're very high, the wall is steeper, so we'd get aggressive growth like this, but we're near the bottom of the U shape. So we should be seeing this, some type of this curve, right? Not this. As you go into a U and you go here, so if we were just doing this and we slammed into the U shape here, I would expect this kind of verticality that we're seeing right now. But where we are, that's not right. We should be seeing this kind of verticality. We're here, right? Or here. But as I was saying, if we have a U shape, right here, from here onwards, right? If we're under the U shape, you know, that could be us getting up. So if the U shape maybe was supposed to be like this, so we might have a surge to get us up to 12, then we'll go normal, right? So we'll see how this plays out. So I don't know if it's this one or this one. We don't know, but keep that in mind. I was calling a U shape, you know, here. I was hoping it was this one, but I knew it was a little too early. But we should have had our U here. So maybe it is. Maybe it's us playing catch up. So that if that's the case, we'll surge, uninterruptedly surge up to 11 or 12. But we'll see, right? Maybe this is the kick that finally gets us going. But you just got to play it careful, right? Don't get into the hype. Okay, so if this goes down any further, then we'll sell our long position that we got into, I don't know, here, let's say. Okay, so, yep. Okay, so I'm going to close my position here. So I'm out. And then I'll buy back in when it completes the U shape. So I just made 2.5%, let's say. which is not bad for not paying attention to it. You could have gotten out earlier if I was looking at it. Okay, so here we go. So then I'm going to buy back in if we exceed this guy here. So we'll wait for that. So this is me minimizing risk. I could have stayed in and got that extra 1%, but if it suddenly broke down, I'm at least out. I'm covered. Now, I don't know why I'm lagging. There's no dropped frames. Yeah. Yes. Yes, and we did look at that yesterday about the pennant, that we were overdue for some form of breakout, but this is not much. We're only at 6%. So, we're just used to garbage. So this looks like a lot, right? And our volume did pick up. We're now at 10 million volume by 10 o'clock, which isn't bad, but 20 million is the number we really want. So we're speeding up, but it's nothing magical. Like, we're just used to paint drying, so we're now excited that the car can go 10 kilometers an hour. But you got to keep this all in perspective, right? We're still not a Ferrari. This is still not Lambos. We're just a little faster than paint. So, yep. So good. I just like to do a shout out to our $5 hand job HEDGE that should not be named Zach. I would like to reiterate that we're not going to $5, and thank you for your service. Yeah. So just to catch up on the chat about market manipulation, market manipulation is a thing. It does happen, but it doesn't happen on the scale that you think it does, or people say it does. I don't know what you think, and I won't presume. But people, hype it up. There's some dark, evil lord. It's just giving them a boogeyman to blame stuff. America did that with the Japanese. Now they're doing it with the Chinese. Germany did it with a group of people. You just pick somebody and he's the bad guy and all your problems are because of them. Okay, sure, they do bad things. Sure, there was faults and negativity attached to Citadel and attached to financial firms, but they're not malicious. They're not out there to create evil. And if they do, if they turn evil, people turn into criminals, right? They get nailed, usually quite quickly. But they usually just fuck up. So what they do is they just test the waters. They usually get as close as they can to breaking the law. And then sometimes they accidentally step over that line, right? But of course, you're talking about making millions or making billions. Of course, you're going to try to get as close as the line, right? Of course, you're going to use performance drugs to make you a better runner, but you'll just stop taking them a week before you do the Olympics. You want that edge every little bit, right? So doping is illegal, yeah, at the event, but during training, So point is, right? Don't take it as it's not wrong. It's just not as right in the way it's being presented. So, yeah. Anyways, it don't matter. We're here to get rich. So let's keep on this train since we got a good crowd today. So this is, again, the powerful S shape. That's what we're going to see here. Same thing that happened here. So we crashed, or not crashed, we retracted with 3. Took us 1, 2, 3, 4 to come out, but there was indecision. So that could have went anyway. We broke out, made the S shape, and as soon as we made the S shape, which is right here, see how the greens got bigger? Because it became a sure thing, right? Here, it could have still went down, but the second it got over this guy, look at the volume, right? The confidence went through the roof, and we went for a run. Same thing's going to happen right here. So you could buy in right now and take the risk, or wait till it's a sure thing and it gets over 10.55, and then watch it take off. It's easy peasy. Because the first rule of stock trading is minimizing losses. It's not about making money, it's about not losing money. You're trying to minimize risk, don't do stupid shit, and so you miss out on some profits. Risk is reward, but you also don't have a fucking negative 40% bank account tomorrow when the hype dries up, right? So, anyways, that's the game. And some days it's boring as shit. Today it's a little exciting, thankfully. I don't think I could take another week of fuck. It was so bad. Oh man, killing me. But anyways, you're getting the drill. You're learning. So let's see some action here. So this volume is in the upper left corner. We're at 6.1 and we're not moving. So that shows the buyers and the sellers are evenly matched. And the market is 0.19, 0.26. So the general market is kind of negative. So basically it looks like whenever our buyers are going to give up on pushing up, we're going to crash pretty hard. Just because the rest of the market is pretty negative and GME is taking a tumble. Yeah, but they're not down yet. They're at 55. Yep. So you see how if we bought at the peak there, because we're at the fear of missing out, oh no, the S-shape's going to complete. You would have just got burned, right? That's why we didn't buy, because it's too risky. The probabilities are not in your favor. You know, take the sure bets. You might not get an extra %, fine, but you're not losing. Yeah. Because what happens is if you get stuck on that curve, right, you have two options. You either lose a % or two or half, or you ride it out. And if it's going to crash anytime soon, you do not want to ride it out, right? Because then you're down 5%. The whole day gets erased and you're pooped, right? So keep that all in mind. It's all about wealth preservation. So this might be a mini S. Usually S's are, at least for AMC, are about 2 minutes. So we go up like those 3 green, 2 minutes of red, and then we'll have 2 minutes or 1 minute of green that gets us over those reds. Once you get over the reds, you get a boost, and because you completed an S shape, you get like a extra boost. And then if both of those boosts should get us over the left-hand side where the green and the red started to curve. And then we're going to take off like a rocket. Then we'll see all of that confirmed by volume. So that's about to happen right now. So we need one more cent. Okay, and then we're going to get our boost now. Come on. Punch it, Chewy. There we go. Volume kicks up. Okay, now just a little bit more. And then we're going to be over the green and the red on the left. If you follow the AMC line, that green line off to the left, you can watch it go up. So we just need that green line to go over the green and the red, which is like 2 more cents. Oh my god. So even with the boost, the sellers are putting their foot down. Come on. Push. Deliver that baby. It's crowning. Come on. Come on. Oh, the sellers. Okay, it's still low volume. Still low volume. Come on, buyers. Crush those sellers. So now, if this turns green, you're going to get a boost from this guy, which will give you a boost to get over this guy, which will get to this guy, and then we just have to clear this at 1066 and we'll go for a run. We're also going into a U shape. So once we get to 1053 and 1052, we may roll, or we might take off. So yeah, we got a U shape going here, right? But at least we're getting some action today. So I'm going to place like a limit order for here. I'm pretty confident we'll complete the U shape. So the 50% mark, which is right about here, is its first deciding point. So I would almost guarantee, actually, you know what? I'll put my money where my mouth is. Okay, so I'll buy right here because I'm guaranteed basically that it's going to go to 1053 before it turns around. So there, I'll put my money where my mouth is. Yeah. So there you go. Completed the U shape, and we got a little boost for going over the green on the left. Now we're going to get a tiny boost for going over the top of the red, if we can get over the top of the red. And then we got to get up to 65. So we can turn around any time for not going over 65. Now, lucky for us, the completion of the U shape, which is what you're seeing right now, isn't very close to the resistance of the top of that red that's on the left here, this guy. So when you complete a U shape, it curves, a cup and a handle kind of deal. It doesn't have to, though. But if this guy was really close, we'd come up and hit the resistance, and it would almost guarantee that we go sideways, which gives opportunity for us to go down. We don't want sideways because sideways is the start of going down. We want to go up or diagonal, preferably up. And then as things slow down, we're diagonal. If we start diagonal, things slow down, we're now going sideways, which is the first step to down. So you just want to avoid, you want to increase your confidence by avoiding negativity early. Now we're going to come up on 1030, so we're going to get a dip. So the Dow is going along. The Dow is going along. Okay. And we're doing great. Take that, shitty ass market. You're not bringing us down. It's good to be pessimistic. Optimism gets you burned. The market works on greed and fear. And then if you do like Warren Buffett says, you do the opposites, right? So when people are greedy, you sell them fear. When they're fearful, you be greedy. So they're, oh shit, this company blows ass chunks. Look at its fundamentals. Is it risky? Is it scary? Is it, is it really what they think it is? If they're right, well, obviously don't do it. If they're wrong, well, then there you go, right? Then there's your value investing, where you buy on rumor and sell on the news, right? So everyone's fearful on the rumor or greedy on the rumor, and you do the opposite, or you get in with it, but you bail out before it's confirmed or proved wrong, and then it takes a turn, right? So, anyways, and even if you buy in on the rumor and then the rumor's confirmed true, you still want to sell because everyone's going to start taking profit soon, right? So the growth period happened, so you bail out before everyone else bails out, right? And that's the game. So we rolled, but I don't think this is the end of things. So I'm not going to close this position I have here. I'll just let it go. So we hit this guy right here, the top of this guy, and you can see with the dashed line, we went through him, couldn't do it. So now we're bouncing off of him. And that's 1055-ish. Yeah, it's 1055. So that's a psychological number as well, 1055 or so. Yeah. So that's fine. This is just normal. What we don't want to see is this red get down to here. It's at the 50% mark. It got boosted on its way down from the other two that it keeps hiding. We should be okay as long as we get a little bit of green. So if this does come down to here, I would close my position because it has a good chance of falling. And there's your stop losses. It's So now we're seeing if the buyers can fight against this large red. It's probably going to take them 2 or 3 minutes to climb out of the red, basically. Because the top and the bottom of the red are support and resistance. Same with every stick. Every stick, the top and the bottom, are technically a point of resistance from going down or going up or whatever. It depends on what side you are, like if you're above it or below it, right? So you can't just fly up because you're going to hit the roof. If you had all the energy in the world, you could do it. But right now you can see, look at our volume and look at our buyers. There's no volume, there's no commitment. So we're either going to just slowly walk our way up to the red top, then stop, then push against it, then eventually get enough energy to go through it, or the sellers are going to get bored and they're going to kick in and just kill us because we didn't get enough height, we're not showing enough forward motion, and the longer you go sideways, the greater the chance of a sell. Because sellers, or at least the people that click the sell button, when the stock is moving sideways, they'll sell, right? If the stock's going up, there's potential profit to be made and they'll stay in. Because people fear loss more than they fear profit. Yeah, and that's proven in human psychology time and time again. A good example, just while we wait for this to complete, is the psychology of if you're in a classroom and I hand you a cup from the dollar store, right? And I say, here's a cup. And then I say, okay, I will give you $2 for that cup. But that cup's yours, right? And I'm going to smash it. And then you go, the cup has more intrinsic value to me. I'm invested in the cup. It's my cup, right? You gave it to me. And the $2, even though the cup is only worth $1, you could buy 2 of them, right? They're easily replaced. But because it's your cup, it's worth more than whatever you think $2 is worth. But on an economical sense, you would have just doubled your money. In fact, he gave you the cup, so you paid nothing. So you just went from a worthless cup, which is no value to anybody else but you, to $2, which is infinitely more valuable to everyone else, right? But it's that idea, right? The idea of loss. So this one is a failed up. So now we're making a crown shape. So we're likely going to go to here, if I can draw it fast enough. So we're going to go to here. So what's happening here is that you see where the hell did my line go? Oh, there it is. Whoops. Sorry, right here. So you see these 3 going up. When they started to get challenged at 1043, it's these people right here that are now selling, and they bring us down to this black line. Because the easy come money right here just bailed out. And so that's what you just saw here. It's because we went too long sideways, then the sellers kicked in, these guys got scared, and they closed their positions. Which is the same thing. I got in here, and I should have had a stop loss that was much higher. But I'm still thinking this is going to turn around. It's just we just failed on technicals. The sentiment has not changed. It was just a technical breakdown. So, very simple stuff. Easy peasy. So now that we've hit this line, let's see how we react to it. So an increase in volume in the red is generally bad. So you see how it's ramping up volume, and we're ramping up towards red. That's generally quite bad. We have a support line where we are right now. So we're going to see how we react to it. If we blow right through it with incredible volume, that's about as bad as it can get. Because they basically said, fuck you. And we're going to go all the way down to 1094 or so. So we broke through it. But is there volume commitment? Let's see. If there is, it'll probably scare all the people on the left that are just below my green box over there. Those people might be buying in, doubling down, because it's technically on discount. But the smart money wouldn't be buying this close to 1030. especially on a red. And let's see, the broader markets are still declining. GME has gone sideways. So this is 50-50 in my books. So now we're below the support line, so now it's going to resist us going up. Now this line's kind of fresh. We just made it like 10 minutes ago, so it's not a really strong one. But it, as you can see there, it stopped us. So we're going to get 2 more tries to get through. Let's see. So lines tend to have like a gravitational pull. They pull you towards them. But once you get close to them, you have to push hard to get through them. They'll keep you like this, like a little bit of an equilibrium that's slightly off the line. Sometimes it's right against the line. Sometimes it's a little further. So now that we've kind of touched the line, it'll either repel us back to where we just were a minute ago, or we'll get through the line and we'll get pulled back down to the line. So it looks like it's repelling us. So that wasn't enough energy. The volume's too low. We didn't get through. And that was 1, 2, that was the 3rd time. So now we failed on the 3rd time. Well, we made it through, so we didn't really fail. So now we get 3 more tries to get through. So that's 1. And we're through again. Looks like it's 10:30, looks like where the line should be. So we're down to 10:30, so now we're going to probably go to 10:29. Going to get pushed away. If that doesn't happen, we'll jump up to 10:32, 10:33. We'll just blast right through. But I think we're going to get pushed away. Because the volume is, it's a little bit higher, but it's still shit. There. Oh, we blasted through. There you go. Nice. Now, can we hold it? Can we hold it? Yeah. Come on. God, the volume. It's like slow-mo in an action scene. Superman's about to punch the face in of somebody, and then the thing just goes pause. You're like, come on. Fucking worst time to freeze. No, we can't hold it. We had no volume on that. So somebody put some money in there that got us through, and that was it. And then the sellers took over. And we're back to 29. See? So I wasn't expecting that little burst. It was good that it happened, but if you can't follow up with your punch, it's just like a really strong punch, and then that's it. You stop the fight. Like, it's all about keeping it stamina, right? But whatever. We can't control the market or whoever's dumping their money. But at least it's looking pretty good. So the negativity on the market is starting to get a little better. 0.02% better. But they're basically going sideways. Now, if we stay green a lot longer, we might actually start getting people piling in after 10:30. As people reassess the market and they go, oh, AMC's green and everyone else is red. That might cause money to come in. We might get a second wind after the dip. Right now, people are only going to be looking at their stocks right now. This is not the time for market research because things are moving too quickly, generally. Maybe not with us. This may be a W. So you can see to 4 squares to the left, there's red, red, 2 greens, red, and then this should be the second green. Doesn't have to be. But as long as we stay around this level, 1024, 1025, whatever, then the next one could be moderate green, getting us back to the line, and then we break through. So the psychology on this is that we crashed with those big reds. We tried to go up, but we couldn't do it, partly because of the resistance of that black line. But we're going to try again, and now this time the buyers will come out swinging because we shook off all the sellers, right? If I'm wrong, if it's not a W, it's going to look like your classic lightning bolt. And then that is, we tried, we failed, and the sellers say, well, or sorry, the buyers say, well, fuck it, it's not working, and they're going to bail. And then that's going to give us the classic chart, that thing. Or no, it's, oh no, it's this, that. There you go. That's what I want to draw. The classic going down chart. All right. So there's your dead cat bounce, right? So this could be a W, but it's too early to tell. It's not looking like it, but it's too early to tell. Yeah, so yeah, we'd want to see that. That's what we want to see. We could, you know, if any of these take off, that could be it. But if we go any further, then this is going to end up like this. And then we'll probably go into a large U shape after the 1030 dip, which will be somewhere in here. And we'll technically find support here and here. So let's just put lines here so you can see that I'm not pulling shit out of my ass. So it'll be this, let's use this guy. Might be a little higher. And then this guy is easier because it's this right here. Okay. So we'll probably bounce off one of those black lines if we're going to go down. So we'll see. So then this U shape would be either here or here. And I'm just going to put it down here in case it's, because we're going to go into a dip. So I'm just going to put it at the negative. It might try for a W. It needs to touch the line basically this minute if it's a W. You generally need to be, for a W to work, you need the same amount of bottom. And so the bottom is about 1 or 2, maybe. And so here's our bottom. So it should have been here, but it doesn't have to be. So if, as long as there's a bottom of 1 or 2, there's a possibility. You know, we needed a little bit more time to shake off the hands. So, and this is technically the inside slope. So, yeah, it's still possible. But if this went large red and completely ate the green, then it's over. There's no W happening. So, this has to be the one. Or you have to not go under this guy. As is, it's it's still 50-50. It's not it doesn't even know what it wants to do. It's going sideways. All right, just caught up with the chat. Chug some chocolate milk. Life is good. Choco milk. Oh, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna break through? Oh. So it basically pulled out a W at the last minute. So the W usually goes to its shoulder, which will be 1034. So we should go up to 1034, but we got this line right here, which is this guy and this guy's bottom. So I don't know if we got the energy. Our volume's too low. But let's see. We may hit 1034 and then just come right down. Because usually a W wants to complete. If a W is going to fail, it would fail at the halfway mark, which would have been right here. So once we got over this point, which is right here, like this is technically it going up and failing. It's just this is happening in a minute. But if we did this over multiple minutes, it would look like it goes up, it rolls, and it comes back down. That's what this little guy here is telling you. We're just, you know, we're just on the minutes, and we're seeing really tiny versions of the big guys. So there's our 34. So we boosted out of the W. So we should go back to 34 here. Yeah, there we are. Now we've completed the W, so now it can do anything. So chances are it'll go sideways, gain a little bit of strength, and then go up. Usually there'll be like 2 reds, and then we'll get an S shape. But who knows, right? Volume hasn't changed, but we'll see. But anyways, we just completed the W shape with 2 extra minutes of delay. I'm just going to mute myself for 1 second just so I can respond to a YouTube comment. But if we go up over 1042, we should get a boost, and then that will get us up and over these guys, which might give a boost to get over this red. This red's going to be the next pain in the ass, and this red lines up with this green. So there's a support line right here, or resistance line right here, and there's a resistance line right here or so. But we'll just leave this one up because this is the one to beat, the most important one. So we'll see what happens. I'm just going to quickly mute, answer this, and come back. All right, there we go. Somebody was asking, so when is the short sell? And I'm like, or sorry, the short squeeze. And I'm like, you can't answer that. Can't answer that. All right, good. Well, at least we got a good crowd in here today. Let's go see why it's going sideways. So there's your, so the W, right? There's your curve, just like here, right? We had a rush, and there's a curve. It's basically the same thing. So the curve on the W, or the cresting, is usually kind of roundy, whereas this one, because it's retraction from going up so high, this one will be a little more jagged. It will look more like a mountain or a point, right? So, yeah, when you complete a U shape, you also have the risk of this kind of roll. It's essentially just because the pattern's over, the buyers are spent, and now you have to wait for new buyers, and that gives time for the sellers to fuck things up. But there's still a little bit of energy left, so you curve instead of just going straight down. But the energy's not enough to counter the buyers who are profit taking, or the buyers that are now sellers that are profit taking, because the shape is completed. So you get a curve. As long as the curve's not severe, it's natural, it's normal, it's exactly the same as this thing, but very small, right? Whichever way you want to look at it, don't matter. But you just need to understand the psychology of it, right? People are going to take profit. Their fear, if they get spooked, they think it's going to go down, then they're going to increase it, and it's going to try to come back down to here. But if they're smart, they know there's a good chance it'll make an S shape. If it makes an S shape, then it's going to go up, and then it will complete a larger U shape, and they're going to get a lot of money, which is why it's not crashing. If it was a sure deal that it's going to go down, the smart money would sell, right? So there's no commitment to buy or sell right now. So they don't know, because if they knew, they would do it, right? So that's the kind of, although don't be fooled, sometimes they think they're right and they're wrong, right? So there might be a huge commitment to sell because they got spooked. They may be right, they may be wrong, but you can take away at least the psychology is that a group of people all have the same idea or very similar idea, and they got spooked, or FOMO, they want to buy in. They're fear like they're going to miss out. Greed, fear, right? So anyways, just keep that in mind. So the market, the graph is telling you what's happening this very minute, but you're trying to get into the head of everyone that's playing because you can't see the future. But if you know who's playing, you know, if it's Michael Jordan or is it a bunch of fucking kids from high school, then you know what you're up against, right? To use a really shitty allegory. All right, so I'm just quickly checking Trey right now. He's at 11,000 people today. Wow. And he's not even talking about AMC today. He's just going on about the days to covered. Is it wrong? Is it not right? Because that's been his last, 20 videos. Yeah, at least he's covering other stuff. Hedge fund liquidation. Yeah, not bad. Or at least he's off. They're not fucking going on about today being AMC day. That's good. Ooh, Dogecoin, $50 breakout date revealed. Crypto Lion. Ooh, now that's not total bullshit. All right. And then, of course, Kevin here with his stupid ass face. Reaction video. Emoji. Oh, man. Anyways, we'll get there. We'll get there. I wish Wealth Simple would stop fucking advertising, though. Oh my god. They're horrible. They're like the Robin Hood of Canada. And they're like, oh, it's so simple to trade. But they're trying to get people that are like, oh, I got $10, and if I invest it, then I'll be able to pay for grandma to go to school. And it's like, no. But they're trying to sell to that kind of people. Instead of going to McDonald's, why not invest $1 and watch it grow? It's like, no. You need like $25,000 to play on the stock market. Can't fucking play with $1. Yes, you can with the no commissions, but it's garbage. That's just like playing with training wheels on your bike. It's no good. Yeah, you need some capital. And the risks are not as simple, you know. Ooh, you invest $1. You're not guaranteed anything, right? Grandma ain't going. She's not even going to the grandma home. You're broke. You lost your money. She's dead, Calvin. You killed her. Yeah, to quote Dave Chappelle. So good. How old's Jack Nicholson? Yeah. Calvin, Whack Arnold's Dave Chappelle, who was feeding Grandma McDonald's every day. You killed her, Calvin. She's dead. Because he's bringing home McDonald's. And he was making fun of affirmative action because McDonald's was talking about how they're giving black communities, a future and they're the greatest thing ever, right? So then he took it a step further and it's like, yeah, minimum wage slave job and everyone's dying of heart disease. Yeah, good stuff. It's good stuff. All right. So yeah, we're just going sideways. So we'll let this do its thing. And then we can put another buy order in. Yeah. I have noticed with the view count though, basically people join and they stay as long as you're talking about the chart. The second you deviate from the chart, you lose like 10 people. So that's about 1/5 of people go. So that's not too bad. So we can just kind of edge out some of the weaklings and we'll keep the goodlings. So if you're still with us after that conversation about grandma, make sure to sub. Those 10 people that just left, fuck them. They can go die with grandma. We're here to make money. Oof, Jack is 84. Yeah, he looked like he was 84 10 years ago. Nice. So, yeah, looks like we might be going into the S shape. Oh yeah, just blame me for everything. You need a boogeyman, right? Yeah. So let's see here. There we go. Now we're going to get a boost. Come on. This little green, the green that's one over to the right from the top of that red. There we go. Now we should get a boost, and then that should get us over the red, which will give us 2 boosts. 2 boosts, 1 cup. Come on. Let's see it. Yeah, there we go. No. Hey, what you doing? Get up to 1040. Get up to 1040. You piece of shit. 1040. Ah, god damn it. Come on. This low volume blows. Well, we're going to hit 1040, but there we go. It's like, oh my god, it's so slow. Okay. Now, 1041. You got your NOS is going through your bloodstream. You can do it. You can do it. It should boost, so it should go to 1042 or 1043. Come on. So slow. Usually AMC crashes after 3 minutes, so we got another 2 minutes or so of this really ridiculous can't go up. So if we can't do it in the next 2 minutes, we'll probably curve. And then we'll go into a W shape, basically. But if somebody can just invest in AMC right now, then we should get our boost. And then we get an S shape. And we're going good. So we did get our 1030 dip, and you see the increase in volume, but it was nothing. So that's good. It's a good sign. Okay, so 41, 42, come on. Come on, low volume. Nope. So this is going to probably be the last minute, and then we're going to start seeing red. Come on. Oh, I definitely did. I definitely did. 2 boosts, 1 cup. Yeah. I try to reference to anything 1 cup whenever possible. Yeah. That was my entire college. 2008. That was the joke for all 4 years of college. Oh, man. That and the Pain Olympics, which do not Google that. It's aptly named. So we just reference everything as being the Pain Olympics. Yeah, good times. Yeah. All right. So that's 3 minutes. So now this is our red. So now we want this red to be as minimum as possible. It most likely will go down to that black line, but if it doesn't, then we might be able to make a little mini S shape of our larger S shape, and then we can get out of this hole. But the volume is just piss low. Like, see how easy it is to predict when the volume's, okay, but when it starts to do this, we're basically just collapsing because we're out of energy, essentially. The volume's picking up. Not bad. So we're at 21 million volume. Normally we're at 20 million by 10 o'clock on a good day. So we're on track to beat our average for the last 10 days, which is 35 million in the next hour, basically. So that's not bad. The volume is still low. It's just not paint watching low. So that means the sellers are quite strong. So we're getting 1s and 2s instead of 100s, which is, I guess, a 10 times increase in volume. But it's essentially the equivalency, because we're getting 14s, and then we're going down to 500 and 1000s. So it's we're clearly, we don't have consistent volume. We don't even have strong volume, except for in the morning here. That volume was pretty good. 18, 20s are rock solid, but that was buyers and sellers. 15, 19. That's good numbers. Not 2, 3, 4, 5. Bleh. Anyways, at least it's not horrible. So at least the volume's high-ish. It's relatively high, so we still have, a hope. That's good. All right, so at least we didn't collapse, right? So we're going to do the U shape, probably, which is going to happen right now. So instead of collapsing, it did this. This one came true, the one I'm about to delete. It didn't start here. It started 1 minute later, but you see my angle of my drawing was absolutely correct. Because it usually takes that shape, right? Opposite of this shape. So right now we're just traveling along until we hit the edge of this U shape. So I'll just keep dragging it, and eventually we'll hit it and we'll swing up. we're essentially making a really shitty W here. And because we're showing indecision, we technically have a pennant as well forming here. So there's a bunch of technicals going down on Sesame Street. There you go. So we're overdue for a breakout. So judging by this, I'm going to say the U shape is probably right there. And we're going to probably hit the wall here. Actually, let's do here. So in the next 2 minutes, we'll hit the wall and there. And we'll ramp up. Let's say in the next minute, I think we'll go up. Because also, too, if you have a W shape, right? So you go down. 1, 2, 3, 4 is the bottom. So you go down. 1, 2, 3, 4 is the bottom. So if we're working on what they call secular flow, that's not really the right term, but let's just go with it. The stock market goes in and out. It oscillates, right? Like the tide, in and out, in and out. So there is time frames. There is an ability to measure based on cycles. But I'm not very good at that. That is, I don't have any experience with it, and I'm shitty as hell at it. But keep in mind that spacing is a thing. It's real. So there is value to it. But I couldn't teach you how to properly do it. I know with the W, the spacing in the bottom of the W is relatively the same. So we can rely on that. And when that doesn't happen, then we readjust, right? So I'm expecting the breakout to be right now, at least to the top of the pennant shape. Come on. Show us the gas money. Yes, you can grow medical marijuana in Canada up to, I think, 2 plants. And after which you are wholesaling. And you can just buy from dispensaries now as well. All right. So we basically went ultra low volume. Only 800 or only 600 shares were traded. Fuck. So as soon as that volume, oh, it's moving. I was going to say, as soon as that volume stops being shit, we're probably going to get that breakout. So my timing will be thrown off by bad volume or low volume because I'm basing all of my patterns and my timing off of consistent normal volume. So when it's lower than normal volume, everything goes in slow-mo. And then certain things happen like collapsing on yourself. If you go too slow, you eventually just fall over because you're taking too long, right? So that's something that's new when volume goes low. If volume is fast, you don't get the collapses. You don't get the sideways going too long, right? Things become quicker. If you go sideways for 2 minutes, fuck, there's the breakout. And it's a breakdown. Unfortunate. Now, this doesn't mean it's permanent. I'll finish that other train of thought in a minute, but we just broke down through the pennant. We got below that diagonal line. If this one is green and puts us all the way back, no problem. If this is not green, then it's done deal to this black line. So we need to see green here. So this is what just happened is more likely the sideways breakdown. So we went sideways too long. We should have gotten up 3 minutes ago where I put the line. It didn't happen, so people sold. And they sold enough to bring us down to the bottom of the pennant. We broke out of the bottom of the pennant, which broke us over the black line. And the combination of all of that makes for a big red. Now you see the red is stopped, and now it's reversing. That's good. So that confirms more reasonably that it's more of a technical breakdown than actually humans shitting their pants and they're scared, right? It's still humans shitting their pants, but they're doing it on technicals, not on irrational, crazy fear, right? So you can think of it that way. Technically, it's still a rational, crazy fear if you're going to get really technical, but at least it's fear that we can predict and understand versus random. And nothing is truly random, yes, but let's not go down that rabbit hole or I'll be talking for 10 hours. So you can think of it that way. Basically, the factors that were the psychology that the technicals showed us. So we didn't get the exuberance, so we didn't make the U shape. So all that's left over is the indecision of the wedge. Then the indecision became decision. They went down. All the other technicals, we hit a psychological line, we blew through a support, blah, 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 blah. Poof. Red. So, now with all that in mind, what happens next, right? So, we want to see green push us all the way back. Green didn't. And in fact, green and red have now gone super dead for the last 2 minutes. So now there's no stomach to go down, and there's no stomach to go up. So what's likely going to happen is we're going to move with the flow of the market, which is neutral. The S&P has rapidly gotten better, and GME is sideways. So we'll go sideways until basically people get bored and then sell again, causing us to go down towards the black line. Most likely. But again, it's hard to predict when there's zero volume. So some big fish, or in this case maybe a tiny fish, can come in and buy $1,000 or $100,000 worth and throw us right over the line. So it's impossible to predict what's going to happen in the next couple minutes. But I just kind of gave you the synopsis on your options. So we need the volume to confirm whatever is going to happen. And right now it's just showing negativity. Yeah, so we might collapse on ourselves. So what this means is if you're looking for a buy point, don't touch this turd. Let it show you clear signals. So when you don't know what's going to happen and you can't tell what's going to happen, you can make options. You can bet against the stock in both directions because you know something is going to happen. But just for the general regular people that are new to stock trading, without getting into complicated options, basically you don't touch it when you get into this kind of I don't know period. You want clear indication, or you're going to get stuck and you're going to get burned. So yeah, it's mountain time zone is 2 hours behind. It goes Eastern, Central, Mountain, then Pacific. If you're going into the negatives. And then as you head into the positives, you go towards the UK, which is 0. And then you start to go into the Middle East, Russia, towards China, and Japan, which are basically the opposite time, plus 12, plus 11. Or sorry, no. Fuck, stupid me. They're the delta between the -5 and the plus 12, so they're plus 14. Hold on, let me. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Oh well, I'm gonna have to do that anyways. Are they plus 11? No, yeah, they would be. Yeah, they'd be UTC plus 11. Uh, Yeah, Japan is 11. Nope, it's 12. Japan is 12. So we're Eastern Standard Time is 5, so -5. And then Japan is 9, and China is 8. Yeah, so the delta is 8 plus 5. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. I'm really bad with the maths, but that doesn't mean I can't make lots of money on the stock market. You can find yourself on this handy map. So we're inside the 5 time zone, or the 75th parallel, or meridian. I guess it's lat long. So these are long, 75 longitude. Yeah, meridians are the dividing lines going up. And parallels are another word for latitude. Yeah. These would be, it's the 75th vertical. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, would be the slang term, I guess. So anyway, so this YouTube feed is coming from basically where you see Quebec and Toronto and New York. Draw a triangle between all of those, and then slightly above that black line, that's where I am. We're coming to you, hot and fresh. And we cover the world. We got Germans in here, United Kingdom, Swedes. Most of the people here are from the United States. But yeah, we're all over the place. Just a bunch of crazy guys. So no volume, and we're just kind of trickling down to the black line as predicted. Yeah, if we don't have the volume, we can't go up. Now, if the markets all went really solid green, so they're recovering, but not really. If they started just charging up, we're not really affected by the S&P, but the S&P would probably affect the Dow, and we're not affected much by the NASDAQ as well. But if we got something like this out of our Dow, we would go up. So why we're affected by the Dow, I don't know. But I'm presuming the same people that buy what's in the Dow, right, the industrial average, are going to be people that have AMC and portfolios for, the American recovery portfolio, or I think America's going to do good portfolio. I don't know what it would be, but we're part of larger portfolios. Unlike GME, I don't think GME is part of any portfolio. I know it's part of a few ETFs. But yeah, it's not. It's just a gamble. One second. Volatile. There we go. Just replying to YouTube video comments. Somebody was talking about, like, oh, look at how good the stock's doing. It's at 6%. And I'm like, it's 4.7 now. It's almost like stocks go up or down. Oh, man. Silly people. Yes, the answer is always tomorrow. If anybody asks, it's tomorrow. Yep. Do 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 do. You could gift an ounce at a time. Nice. Etc. here runs a vape shop. So sad panda. Look, the stock's not being molested. Yeah, it's the sexual harassment, and I'm just gonna randomly select people to be the pinned message. There you go. You get to be the pinned message overkill. I'm just gonna randomly select highlight messages. When I first read his, I'm getting in some AMC condors, iron condors, which is option trading strategy. I saw AMC condoms, and I'm like, SQ, eh? Let's take a look at SQ. Oh, square. Oh yeah, look, square's down. Let's see. Not bad. It's currently riding off an all-time high, though. How much could I make on square, though? 15%. 15 to 18%. It's not too bad, actually. Volume's declining, but it's still strong. Yeah, I should have bought Square back in like 2016. But I was like, $15. Oh man. I would have had 16 times my money. Crazy, right? But we're going to be saying the same about AMC. You know, if they keep going the way they're going, then it's just 10 years from now, right? $30 will be the distance past, right? So if you hold anything long enough, as long as they're not a shit company, you know, AMC can easily triple the amount of theaters they have, right? They just add more theaters. Human population's always growing. So it's not like they're gonna hit a oversaturated market. It take a lot of effort. So There you go. Yeah, my mic just muted itself. Sorry. It was like, we're shutting down, and I'm like, what microphone? Yeah, it just turned itself off. Piece of crap. It's a wireless headset, so it does that sometimes. So, anyways, I was just saying, so the inner line here is 1, 7, 6, half, whatever, and then this is 1 and a tiny bit, 2. This is almost 4, 4 and a bit, 4 and a lot. But essentially, it's supposed to be divide by 3, 1/4, 1/5, 1/6, or something, I think. Or no, 1/4, 1/8. Yeah, so it's something like that. I don't really know it, but anyways, I think it's for judging speed. But I've never used it, so I don't really know how to operate with it. Oh, well, that's all I was saying is just I think the use of the fib circle is basically to do a time-based, like the humans, we work in threes, let's say. So in this time frame, we have speed, and then this time frame we're slowing down. The next time frame we're slowing down. So it just allows you to visualize from an epicenter something, right? And the reason it's a circle is because you just don't know what direction it's going to go. I don't know if there's a lot of value in trying to draw it this way, like using it in the past. Um, so I use where is it here? This one is not bad. This is the speed resistance line. So I like this one. And so if you have, it looks fancy too. So if you have a channel like we're in right now, right? This is where it wants to go. So as it goes out of the channel, right, this is going to affect it. It's basically going to slow down as it goes up, or slow down as it goes down. But more correctly, it's over and up and over and down. And then you have a fib box to go with it, so you can get a judge of when it goes down, just how much it's going to go down. And then you just keep adjusting it as the thing grows. And then that gives you a sense of where it is, what's it doing, and all that sort of stuff. Because you can't really use the fib box for predicting where it's going to go. You can only use it to measure once you know the top and the bottom. Yeah, sorry about the mic issues. It's probably because it's low on batteries. Or it's getting jammed by my sensual body. Sensual. And then concurrent viewers. I lose half my viewing base. Anyways, so that's that. So, we're about ready for a breakout. 37, 40. Yeah, we should break out real soon. Good. We'll just put yeah, this should be the breakout right now. So that's a check mark. I usually refer to this one as a check mark. So a check mark is basically a W that doesn't fail. Or, sorry, a check mark is an upward swing that doesn't fail, so it doesn't form a W, right? Most patterns are you're going one direction, you change. There's a simple pattern.
or you're doing this, right? Then it fails, there's a W. If it doesn't fail, there's a check mark, right? If it fails, there's a U shape, right? So the most simple pattern is like this, or this, or this, and then everything else builds on it, right? So creepy eating sound thing. oh, the when I was pounding down that chocolate bar. Yeah. Fuck. Well, apparently my microphone, I have to have the sensitivity so high. So it's probably that not my mic's cutting out. It's just that I'm talking louder. So you guys are getting upper limit chop, basically. But if I turn it down, nobody can hear me. So it's like, you're talking about ASMR? Get you some sensual sounds. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I'm just going to quickly grab something to eat now that you mentioned it. Like, I'm just going to run and grab something. Probably a hot dog. So we're on a breakout. So the next one's going to be here, which is 1043. So if we hit 1043, we're going to jump. Oh, yeah. Look at the volume. Oh, yeah. Somebody, okay, I'm not going anywhere. Somebody just dumped the money. So there's our jump, right? We're going to jump, but they had enough volume. Sweet. All right. Excellent. Now, 1055 is the number to beat. So, all right, I'm going to quickly run. The damned brain damage. Yeah. 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 The stock market is a roller coaster. You never know when, right? We were slowly getting there. So we weren't going sideways, so we didn't die. So it was just a matter of time that we were going to break, these guys right here. And that's what happened. We broke this guy. We went up. And then we're just 1 cent away. We broke this guy, and then we just jumped. And because we jumped, we broke this guy, and this guy is what's holding us up right now is this one, top of this red guy. So once we get over him, then we're back to here again. And we're ready to rock.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I needed something. I'm starting to get some acid burn. Alright. I'll move the headset transmitter a little closer so there's less jamming. So, if you're getting delay, try resetting it, like dragging it a little bit closer. You can look at the time in the upper corner to see if you're falling behind. On my screen, you're 1 second behind. No, you're 20 seconds behind. So I'm transmitting right now at 18, 33, 34, 35, and it's showing up as 10, 11, 12 on this screen, 40. Yeah, so you're only about 30 seconds behind. So anyways, the reason why you can't use the Gantt box for what you want to do is, again, it only measures retraction, right? So I could put it here against this guy down here, right? So right now we got a 50%. Well, I shouldn't say it only measures retraction, but you have to know as far as I know, you have to know the top and the bottoms of the thing in question so that you can see it retract or expand, whatever, to where you expect it to go. So we could technically put it here, right? Because we know this is a top. And then we could basically analyze the whole day, right? Because here's the bottom. So here we go to the top. We can't quite do it. We hit the 50% mark, but we don't want to be there. We blow through. We get past the 75. We go right to it. We go up to the 61, back down to the 75. We collapse. We bounce off the bottom, back to the 75. Then we climb up and skip the 61. We go right to 5 again, but we don't want to be at 5, so we curve and come down. Arguably, we maybe went up to 3.8, but you can see it will hit these lines, right? It's very weird, but you'll see a lot of lineups. Now, this one here, you can see these guys in the middle. They're not quite right. So it almost is like the bottom should be either higher. See, now it's lining up. These guys line up really nicely now. Or the bottom should be lower. So it should be like that. And then you see those guys line up nicely. Yeah, nicely. Then that one and those guys. So maybe that one lines up better. Yeah. So I'm thinking it's supposed to be like that, which would line up with, yeah, so this guy's not touching the bottom, but he's very close to it. Yeah, or the top is a little higher than we thought it was. But you'll see when you get it right, it's going to line up perfectly. There'll be, for the most part, everything will run against these lines. At least all the major stuff, right? So that this guy and this guy are not right, so we know the chart's not right at this height. So that's not the right height. Whereas if I do, well, you can just wiggle it till it's right. That's a lot better. There, 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 there. So these are right. This one's not right. But then there's really no way to have them both right because that one ends here and this one ends above. But that ends, that's good. So anyways, so if we say this is the right box, which we don't know, we're right now over the 50% mark where we don't want to be. So we're going to get pushed up or pushed down quite quickly. And then that's what this box is good for. So, yeah, no, hot dogs are good. Low-end hot dogs, bad idea. I can't take the fact that I'm eating, like you can taste the bones and the chicken beaks, and it's like, ah, God. So you need hot dogs that are made out of premium cuts, if you will. Yeah. So anyways, we're going to just keep on trucking. At least today's a decent day. I can change the
the YouTube title. Let's change the YouTube title. Live DTC squeeze. There we go. Live DTTC squeeze AMC Util 100% day. Let's change this one to no. There we go. Okay. We don't have them in Canada, but them hot dogs. So the time cycle indicator, another thing I don't know how to use. So the time cycles, right? So let's just drag it out to a certain size because I don't know how to use it, so I don't know where to put it. So you would argue that if I put this to here, right? So it goes up, down, next cycle, this would be down, and then this cycle should actually end. So we just let this thing. So if this keeps going up, we'll get our S shape and our breakout. So this is us going, hitting a ceiling, coming back down. Standard shit. So if I bring this down tight, up, up, kind of right, down. No, that's not right at all. So let's go to this size. So down all the way. Okay, so this is up all the way to down all the way. This is starting down. Yeah, see, that doesn't work out. So I don't know how to get these time cycles to go properly. So if we do a smaller one, a full cycle, almost a full cycle, but then you see it starts to get off. This one doesn't work. So if I go this way, full cycle, half of a cycle, half of a cycle. That one's okay. That one's okay. That one's half. That one's half. Yeah, see, I don't know how to use these. The sine wave is a little bit better. So you basically put it at a peak and a valley, right? So this is like your ebb and flow, right? So you can see this ebb, so it should be down, but it's up. So it's up, it's down, it goes up, but it doesn't quite go up. But the macro says down. Now the macro says up. Then we're in a period of down, but you see it's not holding up, right? So it might have been valid for the one that I used it on, but then it becomes invalid. But it could just be because I don't know how to use it, right? It might be that it's tighter, or maybe it's even bigger, right? Maybe it's like that, right? So there's your up, there's your down, here's your up, right? So I could just drag this to 1030, and then this would be accurate to how the market is almost every morning. So it starts off, dip, rise, dip, should have been a rise, should have been a dip. Yeah, but anyways, I'm not very good at time cycles, so I don't use them. Because to me, the market is completely based on volume, right?
So if it goes fast mo and slow mo based on volume, your drawings on the chart have to be based on volume as well. And there's another iteration of the time patterns. So if you find here's a pattern here, right? So you can see there's a frame, there's a frame, there's a frame, there's a frame. So every time you hit a line, there should be a change. But these are more for like currencies or things that are secular. We are not secular by any means. But anyways, we're still on the right track for making the monies. So let's see that baby happen. So this is a Fibonacci extension. So if I recall correctly, this one is like the same as the the fuck's it called? The fan. The Fibonacci fan. The Gantt fan, that's what it's called, sorry. It's basically the same. Excuse me. So this is telling you where it's going to land. So the likelihoods, if it keeps going, are going to be closer to here, and then the unlikelihoods are much higher up. If this is how I remember how to use it. Whoops, put this lemon down here. So I think you're supposed to stop it a little bit early. So like right here. And okay, so I put this guy right here, this guy right here, and this guy right. Oh no, it's not being a butt. There we go, like this. So there's the trend line. And then our likelihoods are there. Something like that. So to answer the question about Trailer Park Boys, I think it's good because it puts Canada on a comedic stage, helps people understand, you know, Canada's full of wonderful people, including you know, even though they're running a trailer park and they're being, you know, belligerents, they're never murdering anybody, they're never extorting, they're not doing anything other than petty mischief, right? So it's not like The Wire, it's not like Baltimore, it's not, you know, it's not real and gritty, right? No one's being locked in a basement and sold for sex money. So I think it's good. It's good that we have that out there, right? It just puts a comedic edge on poverty in Canada at a trailer park where no one wants to live. But to answer about a failed to deliver. So failed to deliver is when you get called out on your shorts or your loan shares and you don't have the means to provide those shares. So that's usually people that have fucked up royally and they are now basically breaking the law, if you will. So they're going to get fined for that, I think, is the punishment. But it basically means that they've ran out of money, they become insolvent, or they don't have the ability to meet those shares that they borrowed or sold, depending on their status in the stock market. They may have sold shares they don't have, and so they have to deliver them within 3 days, right? And then when they don't, they fail to deliver. So if you're borrowing or lending shares, I don't know if that shows up in the failed to deliver, but when the original owner of the shares wants them and you can't give them to them, I think that comes as a failed to deliver. I'm not 100% sure on that, but basically, whichever way you want to slice it, what the failed to deliver tells you is that people are having trouble meeting what they're supposed to do. If it's incredibly high and it stays incredibly high, it means people don't give a shit. So that's a different picture. I don't really know what that means, but that's what's happening, right? They don't give a shit. They rather pay the fine than actually find the shares. And that was the case with GME, right? So they gave a shit, right? They needed to find $5 billion, and they couldn't find it, right? And it killed a couple of hedge funds as a result. So it could mean that they can't, they're unable to. But generally it means they don't care. But AMC is only 5,000 failed to deliver or something like that. So it's like it's nothing. 50,000, I can't remember the numbers. You can look it up on FinTel, but it's nothing, right? We move 30 million shares a day. So what's 5,000 or 50,000 of our daily volume, right? It's shit all. So, but if that number keeps climbing and climbing and climbing and doesn't go down, that means either people are getting in trouble, or people don't care, or more people are getting in trouble, or the same people are getting in trouble and they're not fixing the problem. Because we don't know with those numbers if it just tells us the total. It doesn't tell us if that's all the people from today or if it's some people from yesterday. But we know if the numbers go up, there's generally new people being introduced and old people haven't left. But we don't know how many joined and how many left. Like, we don't know. But anyways, we won't go down that road for too long. I'm just quickly making a coffee here while the stocks go sideways. Oh, I heard a noise. And that noise sounds like GME is about to take a fucking nosedive. Dun dun dun, coming back. This is why you set up alerts. Is it? It is. Okay, so, yep. Okay, oh yeah, and see the volume spike? Time to get out the Titanic. Here. Nah. Okay. There we go. I'll just... Okay. Here's our iceberg. There's Leonardo DiCaprio. There's that lady that's a bitch that couldn't share an entire fucking door. There's Leo. Okay. So, alright, I'm going to leave this up, even though we're AMC. It's just kind of going sideways. But this will be the kicker. So if it gets under 53, it's 50 cents away, then it should free fall. And then we're gonna get nailed with that. So just keep an eye on these two. And I'll leave GME up while I just quickly mix the coffee. Yeah. So if GME starts going into the shitters, right? The psychology of it is, if I'm just some 14-year-old punk kid in his mom's basement, right? And I'm trading stocks, and all of a sudden I go, oh fuck, GME just lost 10%, right? I might panic and sell everything because I'm out. It's too scary, right? Because this is the problem. As you get better with the stock market, you got to remember that you were those people at one time, right? Those people exist. So as you get more confident and you realize that these things are dumb, you have to keep in mind that's not everybody, right? You're making the right choices. So the people that are going to get us are going to be all those new retail investors that just started trading for the first time in their life in January, right? And so they don't got diamond hands. They're not ready for this. They don't have the ability. So that's what gets us. So when GME goes down, we go out with all the other meme stocks. Now we could do our due diligence and we could go check to see when GME goes down just how much it affects all the other stocks, if we really cared about like quantifiable analysis or something, we could do it. But it doesn't really matter. You can do it if you want, but you're going to waste a good amount of your time for the little bit of information you get. So it's good enough just to know it does. How much, we don't know, but it does. We could look up how much, but do we really care? No. We just need to watch and see. And when it does crash, get the hell out of its way, basically. Perhaps if we were option trading, maybe the amount would matter. But as stock traders, we just care if it goes up or down. So we just step out of its way. Okay, so where are we? So it hasn't collapsed yet. So good. So we're treading. Yeah, it's going, but the volume hasn't committed. So when it really starts to go, the volume's going to ramp up, and then its fate is sealed. It's going to go to the briny depths of Davy Jones' lockers. While we wait for that, I'm just going to double check that is the breakdown number. Yeah, it is. So that breaks down to 147. So this guy and this guy, basically. Which you can see they already broke down earlier this month. And they broke down earlier as well. They'll have one more saving grace at 123 and 133. Because those are here, these guys. But yeah, look, they're not doing great. They're almost going all the way back to March, right? They just need a little bit of a drop, which is what they're going to get. Then they're back at 120, and then it's, they're back to the beginning, which is 57 and 44, right? So, yeah, I guess you know what I should do is I should buy a fucking. That's what I should do. I should buy a put option against GME. I can't short sell GME and I can't short sell AMC because my brokerage, my bank, doesn't want to hold these turd nuggets as they go to zero. Because somebody has to hold on to the shares, right? And they don't want to take the loss. AMC is doing fine, but GME's not. So I should be able to do a put. Yeah. I think that would work. I'm going to actually look to see if they'll let me do it. So we're about to do a breakout. So if GME can just hold off on crashing, we'll be okay. The volume's pretty low. There's no commitment yet. We're about to have a breakout. Hooray! Okay, where are we here? I'm going to go check to see if I can do a put option on dem stocks. Yeah. Because even if I do a short-term option, right, I could still make a killing off of it. And thank you guys for all the subs. We got quite a few new subs. That's awesome. As soon as we get to 1,000 subs, then we hit a new level of YouTube. We become important. This is the No Bullshit channel, where everyone gets a solid dose of piston cornflakes for breakfast. Everyone's gonna sell. GME is definitely climbing in the down direction. Hey, welcome back, Model 3. I still don't know what happened to Model 2 and 1. Yeah, whenever I mention, so take a look at the viewers right now, and the second I mention the viewer count, we have 49 people. I'm going to lose like 3 people. See? Just lost 2. As soon as you mention people as the viewers, they freak out and they close the video feed. I don't know why. It's almost like, oh shit, he can see us, and he closes. It's like every fucking time. I do not get it. But that's okay. The more paper-handed people we shake off, the better. Then we'll have awesome, cool, rock-solid community here. Which I've learned from my years of running gaming communities. It's better to have a solid, tight-knit community than a big pile of retards. Because then it's just constant conflict, right? So, the squozening. Yep. The squozening. I want to do options. Options. Here we go. And I would like to do GME. Okay. GME. Okay. The next options expire in 29 days. Oh, wait. These are monthly. Give me a weekly. Okay. Next options expire in 2 days. Correct. So, I can buy for $2.80. I can buy a put that will get value under 150, which is where we're headed. 150 though is pretty far. The next one's 155, which we're already under. That's a big spread. I'm pretty confident it's going to go down. So that would cost me $280 in premiums. But I would probably make about double that if it executes. Because it's so cheap, because it's so close to... yeah, let's try it out. Okay, I want to buy to... open. A put. Yes. And I would like to buy 1 contract, because I don't have any money. Nope, I'm too broke for that. Oh, that's because, oh yeah, because my options. Sad pandas. Okay, it won't let me do it. But it would let me do it. That's the moral of the story. That's what I wanted to check. So I'd almost want to get a 150 put for Friday and buy it. And then basically when this thing tanks in the next 10, 12 minutes, you could then quickly close it. Let's see. Holdings. I could sell off some AMC shares. Meh. It's not worth the commission. Okay. Anyways. Thank you for all the like buttons. Oh yeah, Tom bought GMC or GME yesterday, but it's holding. Like it's in slow-mo frozen land. Like I can't even see where the hell the line is. It's right here. It's like when a stock does this, these flats, that's like 0 volume. No good. Yeah. I thought something happened. So we're also, it looks like lunchtime starting early. We're also going into slow-mo. That's all good. GME will probably recover after its dip. It's just the short term says dip. Yeah. So we'll just use the power of the magic lemons to see if we can resuscitate this stock. We are a cult, after all. We have to keep our culty ways. Yeah. Mazel tov. Yes, that's us. We're gonna just steal whatever we can get our hands on. We'll co-op Easter, and then we'll steal Christmas. We'll put lemons on a tree. That's it. Yeah, I was talking about GME. I was waiting for it to go into the abyss, but its volume's too low. So it did start to go, but it's holding. I mean, it's not going anywhere. It's just floating. I'll draw a better Titanic since I have the time. So it's taking on water. But when it does go, it will be violent and quick. They'll lose $10. Now, if they can float like this forever, right, maybe for the next hour, then they should go up. Because the danger, it's just like when you go sideways, you collapse down. But if you're supposed to collapse down and you don't, because nobody's selling, then the danger gets averted. But they did break down when they hit 15.30. Yeah, it was this here. And there's no sign of them turning it around, so it's probably going to keep going down. All right, so we'll just get Leo. And then here's this. There's that bitch, Carol Baskin. Oh god, he really fucked up the legs. Okay, there we go. Yell real loud. Okay. Okay. Now I'm just I was redrawing the Titanic. I got Leo and Carol Baskin. Might be making a giant W. We'll see. So that will go like this. And then we can have a breakdown here, or here, or here. We will see. All right. Actually, that works out nicely. Top line, middle line, bottom. Whoa. Let's see where we go. Jeez. Please do not spread herpes. But I appreciate the promoting me. That's good. Then people can get the love. We can get more people in here and get more due diligence. More people like Tom finding news articles. And you can build up a proper community. And then, like the Jedi Council, you will go off, young Padawans, and get rich or filthy poor, and then come back and blame me for it. And it'll be great. And I will smile, because I remember the early days when you were just a name on a message board. Now, you're just a name on a message board. And $50,000 poorer. Yeah. Yeah, I'm betting 14 for the end of the month or under. I did an option. I bet on that. Like, it's possible we could do 14 by the end of the month. It's looking good. A lot better than yesterday. But we still would have to have about 3 days of solid. 6% isn't that great. We need 20, 30% to really get us out of this. So, and our volume, let's see what our total volume is. We're at 30 million right now, halfway through the day. So we're going to end up at 60. So that's not bad if it stays this strong. Not bad. Oh, excuse me. There we go. I don't know what has gotten into me today, but I've gotten like allergies. I don't have allergies, but my nose is killing me. And I'm trying to talk, and then my nose gets plugged, and it's like, roar, 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 is all I can hear in my own head. It's killing me. There we go. Woof. AMC doubles with a $S. Is this a YouTube title? Oh man. Jesus, we're going back to slow motion. Oh, a little bit of life. Not too much life. I'm not going to yell real loud. I don't want to wake up my name. I just have to talk really quiet. Okay. And then what I should be is like, holy fuck, we're so rich. Oh my god, we're making so much money. Oh my god. Yeah, and then all she will hear is whispers. And like, oh, fuck it. Yeah. So good. Well, we had a little bit of volume there. I mean, it's like 5 times the volume we had in the last 10 minutes. It's a little too early. It's in between the W shape and it's in between a U shape. So it's likely going to get crushed. Unless they just gas it and go straight up. But if they're going to do that, somebody's got to dump some money. I should just start borrowing headlines from Motley Fool. They seem to work. You're supposed to be sleeping, my name. As much as I appreciate you being here, sleep. Alright, so... yeah, it's still slow-mo. How's GME doing? 553.93. So it's still holding. Yeah, I'm allergic to YouTube cancer. I never thought I would ever do a live stream, but here I am. I've become the cancer. If you stay around long enough, become the very darkness you set out to destroy. I still got to work on my Bane's speech. Oh, you got yourself some diamond hands. I was born into the diamond. You merely adopted the diamond hands. Shit. When I took I didn't sell,
but I saw a negative 76% loss. Holy crap. That's probably the month I earned my diamond hands. That was Canadian cannabis. I bought like just off of peak. New legislation came out. Boom. Stock dead. Within a month, I lost 76%. Of course, it's going to rebound. It took about half a year. But it's just like, oh, my jimmies got rustled and then crushed and then reversed. Yeah, but if you can live through that, then you can live through anything. Yeah. Good times. So we're still slow-mo climbing. But since we're such low volume, we could be wiped out any second with red, if you will, sellers. The bad guys. GME is climbing away from 53. So just waiting for somebody to push. So the Dow is okay. It's at 0.14. And if I recall correctly, earlier in the day it was 0.2 and 0.3. So we're covered about 60%. S&P and NASDAQ, I think we're green. And now they are 001 for the S&P and 011 for the NASDAQ 100. So, but I'm pretty sure they were positive like 15 minutes ago without clicking on them. I don't want to get up and click on them. So there's a little bit of negativity right now. A little bit of positivity in the Dow. So we're basically halfway between getting pushed down by the market and getting lifted up by our buyers. So who's going to push first, I guess? The Dow going to recover? Are we going to get more buyers? Or we're now 1 minute into going sideways. Are we going to see our sellers kick in because we're going sideways for too long? And then that's going to lead us into a W shape. Who knows? It's a mystery. It's like Blue's Clues. All right. Oh, hello, Zeus. We're just trucking along here. Trucking along. All right, everything is coming up. Millhouse. I'm just checking something on my phone here. When I go silent, it's just because I'm looking at something else. Still with you guys here. So yes, you're correct, Marshall. Oh, blah blah blah. Okay, so good. Um, so to answer your question, Marshall, so that is correct. So the psychology is, if this is hype and the hype dwindles, are they all going to pull out? So it's possible, right? Anything's possible, but that's a good likelihood. So you are correct. But it depends on where we end, right? So if we can't get any more height, right? We can't go any higher, then we have the whole day to trickle down. And if we're going to trickle down all day, then the trickle will become quicker and quicker and quicker because we're just riding on hype, right? It's not like we're riding on fundamentals or a change in business practices. So that would solidify you in the right direction. If it's if we can get enough height, then people might hold on, right? So even if we see some negativity, we won't drop down because they're holding on to hope, right? So it all depends on just how much more height we can get and just how much we can stave off going down. If we can't stave off going down, and this is slightly a self-fulfilling prophecy, if it doesn't go down, it won't go to 980. Well, no shit, Sherlock, right? If we don't lose money, we won't lose money. Obviously, right? But that kind of stupid message aside, because that's basically what I'm saying. The idea is if the mentality doesn't sour, which would then bring down the price, which would then sour the mentality more, which would then force us down to 980, right? So it's, negativity makes negativity that makes negativity. But if we have a little bit of negativity and we're very high, it will be outweighed by the hope, the greed, right? And that's what I'm trying to say. So you are right, but the cards have to come together, I think. So that's what we're looking for, right? We're looking at the volume, we're watching the stock to see the intention, and right now it's slow mo shit show. Hashtag. uh, Canadians are fairly polite, although we're becoming a little bit more aggressive. Uh, or American, if you will. We just refer to Americans as aggressive, but of course, a lot of Americans are like Canadians. But we're getting more ballsy, more aggressive, more bold. We used to be very passive and timid. When we were a kid, nobody would want to start a fight. So 30 years ago, nobody would want to start a fight. Nobody would want to cause trouble. Very British, old British, just keep calm, keep to yourself. Just walk, whereas Americans are fight it, fix it, get in front of it, balls to the wall. If there's a problem, jump in there and solve it, right? Or more negatively, everything's a problem and start fighting them, right? Or the more passive way is it's someone else's problem, let the government deal with it. But Canadians are very socialist in the sense that we put people first, so we rush to help people. So we're always paying attention to everyone in the room, making sure everyone's okay, and that gets very tiring, right? And I think as a society we're burning out because there's too many stupid people, and when we worry about everyone, we're also worrying about the stupid people. And obviously I've burned out years ago, but as a society, more people are turning into me, and I'm turning more into an American, if you will. But the general Canadians, I would say, are still timid, and they apologize, and even when they're at fault, they try to avoid fights and arguments, and always try to seek peace, right? But it comes from a sense of timidness until you piss them off, then they get really angry. So, but I think most cultures are that way too. You poke them enough, and they get real angry. So, anyways. Yeah. Yeah, Canada's definitely shifting. So, St. Pierre, I love that guy. And I do love the stiff upper lip attitude. We're losing that, though. We're becoming more, well, kind of the anti-vaccine crowd from the United States. Everything's out to get me. The world is horrible. Why is the government plotting against me? Oh, it's just because you suck.
It's nothing else but you suck, right? But it's that victimization, that culture of victimization, that's coming up here and becoming popular. When it used to be just suck it up or address the problem, right? Which was the old American way or the British way, you know? You got shot, walk it off. American, you get lit up by bullets, you're Arnie. Grab an M60 and get them. You know, it's that ballsiness, right? Instead of just whinging and crying because someone threw a rock at you, it's like, suck it up. So, I don't know. I don't know where we're going to go as a culture, but to answer your question, we're a mix, you know? So it's, you know, every culture has its good and its bad. So, we got our trailer park boys and we got our, what would be the worst part of Canada? Our Vancouver meth and heroin addicts, maybe? Or oh no, our ultra conservatives. Oh yeah, those would be our Christian far rights. Canada has a mild form of it, but Jesus, they're a cancer. Oh my God. So the Canadian evangelists, which they're not called, but it'd be like the Christian Crusaders in the United States. We got a version of that. That's probably the worst part of Canada. Oh my God. Silly, silly. Oh, we lost 4 religious people. 5 religious people. See ya. Yeah. We're back down to our steady 40% viewership, down from 60. Good stuff. Got to clean them out early. If you're superly religious, you will not like this channel. At all. We're here for stocks. Alright. So actually we're doing really good today. So we've had 300 clicks on the channel, and 30 to 40 people are sticking with us. Our average watch time is actually 28 today. So that's good. That's pretty high. I think the third highest I've ever gotten was 31. Because usually when someone clicks, watches for a minute, it kills the fact that a lot of you are watching for 6 hours. Because it's just simple division. Ah, the strange brew. But yeah, that's older Canadians. That's when we were more timid. Bob and Doug McKenzie, Second City, the Jim Carrey era. That's a more timid Canadians. The new Canadians, like my age, 30 years old, were a lot more like what America was in the 90s. Yeah, yeah. Mad Max. Yeah, we don't have that in Canada, but it does happen from time to time, as you see in Trailer Park Boys. It's a lot of Mad Max going on. They're building structures out of shopping carts and making a bar, a home for kitties. It's so good. Yep, yep. I see how Zeus is just sneaking himself in there. But yeah, you can call yourself OG if you're here for, I guess, a couple of weeks, since we're only 2 months old. So it's good. All right, so we're risking a breakdown at 10:36, but still nothing. And GME is just going sideways. And that's it. We're not doing anything at any speed. The market is sideways to crappy. Nothing to write home about. Right. Let's see. See if I can spice up the channel's title here. Okay. Just do some controversy, right?
and diamond, rocket, ape. Hold on. Hand emoji. Fire. How do you spell squoze? Squouze. Yeah. There we go. Canada has a version of cops called police. It was popular in the 90s, but then they stopped it. And it was just kind of like ride-alongs. Forget what ours is called. Bad boys. But yeah. Canadian police ride-alongs. Canadian police show. So, yeah, it's so long ago it doesn't even show up. Now, if you do watch, and it was popular in the States, if you look up the TV series Flashpoint, that's the Toronto Strategic Response. That one's pretty good. So that was 2008 to 2012. And that's our version of SWAT. So we do have a SWAT team, but a strategic response is more of hostage. Basically, the FBI's version of the HRT, hostage rescue team. So it's more cream of the crop and more. Even though our SWAT teams are amazing, they generally win. Our best SWAT team in Canada guards a nuclear power plant in the middle of nowhere and beats the Americans. We came in first place like the last 3 times, and then we come in first and third most of the time. In LA, and I think there's another one in Chicago or Boulder that comes in second. That from back and forth. But anyways, our best SWAT team, basically, all they do is just train, which is why they're good. But they never use their skills, right? So anyways, so the strategic response team, the whole point is that you have good SWAT teams, and then you have the one awesome team that gets called up whenever there's, really hardcore stuff. And then that way your SWAT teams can be paid less, and they don't have to train as much, because you don't need to have everybody up to counterterrorism levels, right? You can then have them deal with the domestic. Anyways, so that's a good show if you wanted to watch Canadian Police Flashpoint, and you could probably watch it on YouTube. Yeah, there's 75 episodes. That's good. Oh, here you go. Nope. Hey. I like seeing myself on YouTube. I'm just clicking around YouTube to try to find you a clip. And then it's like live, DTC, Squoze, AMC, Util, spam, 100 day. Oh, man. I can't tell if putting crap in the title brings people in, or the smart people look at that and they're just like, oh my fucking god, this guy's retarded. But the whole point is I'm making fun of it. But it's hard to tell if they get the
they get it. Yeah. Anyways, let's see here. Live stream. Oh, hey, it's Stacy. Oh, the kids are on vacation, so you finally got them that bike so they can ride home from school, and they just didn't make it home. Kids are on vacation. I don't know where they are right now. Yeah, that's good. It's good to have the OG crew back. We're just chilling. I'm waiting for GME to Titanic. We're slowly completing. So normally after 12 o'clock, for those that are new, you don't normally see new highs after 12 o'clock. So the likelihood of this green to go up to the top teal line there or go into the light blue, it's very low. But if we get a boost in volume, we might pull it off. And then after 1 o'clock, the likelihood is infinitesimal. It is so tiny. Between 12 and 1, you might be able to pull it off. After 1, it's very rare you get new highs. And then at close, maybe you can get a spike right at the end. But, that's all psychoticness. That has nothing to do with the general market. So, yeah. Anyways, so hopefully in the next couple minutes we get up in here, and then we might be able to drift before we start getting pulled down after 1,300 hours. If we do go up and we don't get pulled down, then it's going to be an all-day bull run. Those are much, much, much more rare. Usually when you see this much weakness, this much low volume, you're not just going to randomly ramp up out of nowhere, right? This is a good sign. This is a nice, healthy, strong ramp. But, you got to be practical with odds here. It's very rare that a stock just goes along, and then poof, takes off. And when it does, it's because there's a change in news or somebody released something or the virus is over, right? Germany announced the war's over. Something, right? Something kicks it off. But if nothing kicks it off, why does someone randomly buy at 2 o'clock or 12:45? What's the trigger? What's the stimulus, right? So, and better yet, why is everyone buying at that time? Because, random stimulus, maybe you're out playing with the kids and you come back and you're like, oh shit, I wanted to buy at 12. It's now 12:15, 12:30, so you buy now, right? So you don't know, right? And it doesn't really matter. But to have that kind of energy, it means everyone has to be on the same page. So we're seeing the energy ramp up, right? So the energy should ramp up because we're coming out of a U shape and we're heading up to the final piece, which is basically free money. If you got in right here, you're basically guaranteed money to here. Yeah. Now there's a small chance it might roll, but the volume's ramping up. Everything's looking good, so the likelihood is lower than it is going up. Let's just drag that up. There we go.
It's all good. I realize that you guys are, taking time, spending time here, so I appreciate it. It's good to keep my numbers up, and that you guys have a life to live. So I appreciate that you stop in from time to time, at least. We'll all be a lot more active when we're got our money back, right? Because then we'll all be day traders. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I told my family members to buy some AMC. Let's see how they respond to it. I'm just checking in on Trey right now. So he's got live AMC price action as his title, and he's down from 11,000 watching to 9.7 thousand. So we went from around 50 to 40, and now we're back to 50. So I wonder if that's just the natural ebb and flow of YouTube, right? It's coming up on lunch, people shut off their computers or whatever. Be interesting to follow. Because yeah, we have weird times of days where people just drop off. Like today it was 10:20. We lost 20 people. Then we lost another 10 at 10:55. And then we're going steady and climbing as we speak. Yeah. And we got 70 new people clicking on the link because I threw in a bunch of random emojis. I love it. Well, welcome all the new people that have come and gone. Yeah. Let's try. Yeah, no. I know you guys are still here. There's no reason for you guys to leave. You got money. Money's happening here. Okay. Okay, let's try that one. See how that comes up on my phone. Yeah. Well, I should try to make it a little bit entertaining. But I'm just trying to not make too much work for myself. So that's good. Yeah, it's looking good. Looks good on my phone. It's good. All right. Live AMC price action. No chimp bullshit. I like it. It works for me. We'll stick with that for a bit. Okay. So this is your cup and handle or your roll. I wanted it to go a little higher. You're usually guaranteed, but it's not doing it. So put a really tight stop loss. And then if it doesn't just immediately bounce up, so an S shape, then bail on it. Oh yeah, I haven't seen Godpill. Or he that shall not be named hasn't visited us today either. Yeah, we're all almost all the homies here stuck at 1380. Fucking Wanda. Well, actually, it wasn't really Wanda. Fucking treasury yield curves and pandemic. That's really what killed us. It was fucking France and Europe shutting down. Wanda did not help. Wanda stopped us from going up. But then yeah, the 1-2 punch right there. Fucking sucked. Oh, Godpill is the guy from AMC AMC Discord, right? That everybody was talking about. Yeah, it's gonna be nice when we're all making money together. Okay, so this failed. So that's not a good sign. Normally you're able to make it up, like almost always. This was not the case. Unless I missed something. No. So it hit this. There's a resistance line right here. There. Basically right there. This guy, and now this guy. Just didn't have the steam. And then there's technically another one right here. So even if you had the steam, there's 1, 2, 3 numbers we have to get through. So, poop. But all is not lost yet. We could still come out of it. No, Zach never shows up when it's a green day. He that shall not be named. Ooh, $500, Mr. Overkill. Very nice. I think I make $13,000 when it gets to 14. But almost all of that is recovery money. It's going from our very bottom to our top is a 60% recovery. So if you bought any time during this shit pile, right? I think we go, let's say here, you get, yeah, 51%. So basically, like if you're buying any time and holding till we get back to 14, 62% returns, right? So, and now that the risk is minimized because we're going up the curve, it's almost free money, right? The risk is so much lower. We're definitely going into a pennant. So right now we're showing indecision, right? So basically I went looking for a pennant because I'm like, I can tell if we go to the 1 day, there's indecision. We're going up and down. We're not going anywhere. But then when you zoom out, you can see it a lot more clearly. Because we had a pennant earlier and then we broke down. And now we came up and we're going into another one. So let's see how this one plays out. So that one is probably the most accurate line. But let's use this one. Yeah, so that one doesn't work. We'd already be broken out of the pennant. Yeah, exactly. And then this one, we'd already be broken out. So this is not a good pennant shape. Now we could make it off of this one. So this is basically a lemon wedge, as noted earlier. Okay. This is actually probably more of a channel, but I guess it does cross over. Yeah. So this is no good. Because this one was this one here. That was the first breakout. So, give me the delete button. There we go. Remove. Move. That way I don't have to get off the couch. Okay, we're at 12:30, so we might get a boost at 1 o'clock. So anyways, so this is what we're treading through. So we'll just go back to the minute and the more detailed view. And we'll just keep on trucking. We'll put a lemon in there. We'll power it up with citrus. And we'll give him a staff. And he'll say, none shall pass. That's supposed to be light beams, not a fan. Beams of light. Oh god, it's hard to draw with one hand. That was bad. Let's just erase that. There we go. Okay. It's generally not good to bet on power hour to be your saving grace. Usually a stock peaks at 12 o'clock and then goes down. And then you might get a little boost at the end. So if we stay flat, then we'll get a boost at the end from this position. But if usually you trickle down and then there's a little last minute boost. Unless it's a Friday, then there'll be a last minute sell off. Gondoff lemon, yeah. None shall pass. Lemon doff. Let's get him standing upright. There we go. I presume if lemons had legs, that would be how they work. All right, this might be a breakout. If it is, we'll see a huge spike in volume. And then we're finally free. We're also completing a U shape, so we should get a boost. We're also over this guy. Oh no, we're almost over this red guy. You can see by the last. That's why I made that line big. So when my cursor is not distracting you, you should be looking at the price line and just scanning like that over and over because you're trying to see the immediate support lines. And if you see support lines, which are tops and bottoms of these things, they correspond with earlier support lines. So you don't need to go look at those so much. But keep in mind that local support lines, the new ones, might be very weak. If they don't line up with ones in the past, they're not going to support you. So you'll just see that if you blow right through them, then you know to ignore these, right? So in this case, we stopped, we broke through them, and we got a boost. So these are valid, which means they likely line up with something in the past. Because the more and more we hit a certain line, the stronger it becomes for supporting and resisting. Which is why 11 is going to be a bitch, and 14 is going to be a bitch, because we spent like a day at 14. Now it was artificial, right? But you have millions and millions of dollars locked at 14. So a lot of people are going to want to get out, right? As soon as it touched 14. So that's millions and millions of dollars you have to get through. So, and that's kind of the psychology of it. So here we're getting pulled back down. So now we're going to have to fight to get back out. It was telling us it's a little too early, too much. But it's letting us know that the pennant shape is good. So we just drew a random pennant shape, but this confirms that there is one, that little boost. So we can leave it up now because we know it's a thing. If nothing happened, then something's wrong. Our analysis is wrong. Our lines aren't good. As is, our lines aren't that good. Let me just fix it here. And this one goes here. Right there. That should look a little better. Yeah, that's better. So see, it came right down, and it actually didn't come back in. I adjusted the line. It actually stopped right on the line. And it's now on the line exactly. Because I made the lines more accurate. So right here, even though it cuts through them, this was its attempt to break out. But it got stuck on the line. Interesting. But anyways, that's why it's strange how these lines work, but that's why it pays to draw them accurately using like a ray or something. Because when you try to hand draw them, you won't get this level of detail. Oops. This level of detail. Anyways, let's stay over this line, and then you should see a large volume green, and that will also make an S shape. We can just bounce and go. That'd be great. Dow's taking off. GME is 50 cents away from oblivion. Ooh, good times. All right. I guess I'll put an alert here, just so I don't miss it. Oh, excuse me. %100 bangers. Lambo's tomorrow. Yep. Oh, and since you're with us now, Stacy, yeah. Werger was here earlier today. He tends to disappear because he has to take care of his kid. But yeah, Werger stopped posting. Let me scroll up. No, I haven't seen him in the last 3 hours. But anyway, since you're here, Stacy, yeah, I did my first option trade yesterday or 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Doing a covered call. Just reconfirmed my stuff. I don't know what a banger is, but you're talking about your options are doing good. Yes, there's definitely a thing there because it's right here, and right here, right? But you also have one at like 53 and 54. Yeah. So this isn't a problem until it breaks through the bottom, and then we'll see an increase in volume. Oh, Werger's back. Back again. Tell a friend. Not bad. Yeah, you didn't make 100% principal, but you've made 100% covering the option, right? So you paid off the premium. Because 100% is how option people measure 100% is a lot different than stock 100%, which is, doubling your money. All right, so we're bouncing off the bottom. Let's see if we get some height. Come on, AMC. Yeah, so you're making 100% or doubling the contract. Yeah, you're doubling the contract value. That's good. But then that translates to real shares and real money. So that's pretty good. So what does that do to your principal? So if you buy for 47 and you sell for 144, what does that get you in principal? Woof, nice. It's nice. That's the power of options. Damn. Yeah. Well, our time's coming for AMC. Ah. Jer's off to feed the tiger. He's gonna put the little one in the cage. Yeah. Nice. All right, halfway. So you can see if you look at the right-hand side where the bid and the asks are, you can see the volume is getting angrily big. It's pretty good. And what would you say is the major driving force that brought up your price, etc.? The stock itself didn't go up that much, did it? So what So it wasn't time decay, right? Yeah, so what's the what was the largest contributing factor to that price? And as for the Moon Theater, it's good. I just have to. It's all good. Everything works. I've been trying to go into space and having a lot of trouble getting a spacecraft that's the weight to thrust ratio is good enough. So yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm talking about when I talk about options being multiples of your money, right? Yeah. So you got it for 47 bucks. So basically for 47 cents, right? No, 47 bucks. So you got it for dollar 47. No, that'd be 100. Yeah, so you did get it for 47 cents. And then it went up to $1.47. Jeez. Yeah. Well, that would make sense. No, it's see, I'm used to working with small numbers, right? But that makes sense. If he bought it for 47 cents and then it shifts, right? The intrinsic value shifts, right? Then all of the strike prices and everything changes because he's going up, right? And so like you see how some of the stocks go down by 60%. Sorry, the options go down by 60%. The inverse is true as well, right? So you can make huge money, right? 60% is still 60%, right? Yeah. But there's also huge risk, right? If you buy something and you go the wrong direction, of course you can buy the appropriate option to minimize risk, but you get the idea. Exactly. So Excedra's got it. Yep. So here we might be forming a W. And if the volume goes any higher, we're breaking down. We're breaking down on zero volume at the moment, though. So that's when you have a low volume breakdown, it usually gets erased by a green right afterwards. So it's someone panicking or someone committing to something, but it's like one or two people. And so the broader market comes back and says you're stupid and buys them out. Usually. Nice. I think maybe when my money's free, I'll dabble a little bit more with options. Especially because I'm getting real tired of having my money stuck. Yeah. Well, that's how many times have you been stuck with that worthless potato, right? That's the game. That's the game. They thought it was going down, they took their bets, and they lost. Just like we all thought AMC would recover from the 14 Wanda, and we were wrong. So this is no volume decline, so I don't know what's going on here. Because the lack of volume means we're not moving. And we're not fighting back against that red. So if we go too long, that red will be committed, and you'll see the volume's going to ramp up and we're going to go down if we take too long. Because like everything's in slow-mo, right? So if the green doesn't come now, then only red can come. And that's where we are right now. But the red is also not coming. So it's like we're just in ultra slow-mo here. It's like, figure out what the hell you want to do, stock, and just do it. Isn't selling calls, you have to have the cash equivalency? Sorry, no, calls. Puts. Yeah, calls, you have to own the stock covered. Puts, you have to have a cash equivalency. Yeah, etc. got that backwards. So the puts, you would have to have cash, and the calls, they would just take your shares from you. Yep. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to summon the dark lords on this one. So now it looks like they're gonna commit. Okay, let's open a small portal to Lemon Hell. We'll lose a couple hundred people. They're like, oh no, witchcraft. All right, start summoning Lemon. Get that mystical energy going. There we go. Yeah. And covered calls is shared covered. Yeah. Unless you're directly interfacing with the market, they're not going to let you sell uncovered calls. Yeah. And the reason why it's cash covered puts is because your offering or your contract says you will allow him to sell to you at that price, which means you have to be the buyer, right? So, give it some time. Give it some time. Our lemon summoning circle generally works, but it might take a minute or two. I didn't want to use the really good one because the really good one works almost all the time. But if I use it in a scenario where it doesn't look like we're going to stop going down, I don't want to waste it. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I'm about to get an alert from GME. Why didn't I get an alert? Oh, because I didn't set it at the right spot. Okay. So GME is about to go. So I don't know where the hell is it. It's right here. So I don't know. It did something like this. But anyways, we're right here now. In the middle of the ship. So we're about to go through Caprio's head. It goes down. That pull down might have been GME suddenly dropping. Maybe. That might have been what... I mean, this is a technical breakdown through the bottom. But it could have been aided by GME. Well, it looks like it's working. Yep. It's all about those mystical lemons. People laugh, but they work. Look at it go. Just this mysticism. I don't question the way the lemons work. All right. So it just jumped 50 cents. Okay. Welcome back. All right. So now we're going into kind of a check mark. So unless things change, we will keep going up until we hit this black line. We might hit this black line and do a W. We might hit the black line, then punch through, then go up. But this black line should stop the diagonal. We either go up or we go down. Ooh, Daryl. Big spender. It's good. Collectively, we're all getting richer. It's good to be able to share our victories. That's the beauty of the stock market. Maybe not so much option trading, but at least the stock market. We can all win together. I guess with option trading, there has to be some losers. Yeah. Yeah. Na, 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 na. Dun, dun. Actually, just a curious question about options. When someone executes an option, how are you notified, or you just see the difference in your bank account? All right, I'm gonna have to move the summoning circle. Ugh, I'll have to redraw it. So this is the bad S. So here, this is going to go like this, and it's going to go fast, unless I can quickly. Eventually, I'm going to get good at redrawing these. Okay. We'll get some extra lemons in for support. Okay. All right. Get that going. Get the mysticism going. Have fun. Okay. All right. Okay, so I mean, it's not like Christianity knows how to deal with demons. But since we're going to go with that lore, we'll keep that. And no, that's not Hitler's lemons. Not a lemon swastika. There, that should keep the. There you go. Let it cast out the demons. It worked for the Exorcist. It's gonna work here. All right, have fun, Stacy. Hooray, AMC. Well, hopefully, when you come back on Monday, we're rich. Oh, I should get some more food into me. Oh, someone just messaged me. Or did I get a new subscriber? Ooh, some badly broken English. Yep. Okay. Well, it looks like our AT&T. True. No, GME's still holding. It hasn't sunk yet. So we're possibly going into a W, but it doesn't look like it. But we'll see. So whenever you go flat like this, it's indicative of a robot. But in this case, unless it goes for a few minutes longer, I don't think it's a robot. More so just a unlucky line. Because who the hell picks 10:33 to launch a robot at almost exactly 2 in the afternoon? 1 in the afternoon? Crypto works like any other currency. It's based on just demand. It's like magnets, yeah. The only upside to crypto is that you can mine it. Which is why it's the leading cause of electricity usage and why my graphics cards cost so much. Killing me. Oh, it looks like it's going to fall through the cracks. See if I leave it, see if it will just bounce. Well, crypto's usually powered by blockchain. If not, it wouldn't be a cryptocurrency. It'd just be currency. The crypto part is the cryptography. Cryptography? Cryptography? Yeah, I think it's tography. Photography. Cryptography. Photography. Yeah. It literally went right between them. I know they're just drawings on a piece of paper. But, oh my god. The one time I don't redraw it, right? Hilarious. It's hilarious how that plays out, eh? Now is GME. Oh, that's what happened. GME just plummeted, right? They just dropped $2. So there's what happened. So we went with them. They dropped $1. Sorry, not two. All right, let's watch this roller coaster. Okay. So that's still light volume, not a big deal. Oh, no, I'm going to let this recover on its own accord. Yeah. Yeah, look at the Dow. Something happened. Yeah. So it's trading thinly. Something just happened, yeah. Whoa. So good news, it's not just us. Something spooked the market. Yeah, brace, brace, brace. Yep. So GME is already right on the edge. So this might put some nails in their coffin where we're still okay. We got to here, which is where we are right now. So we got another 4 cents before we get into trouble. I love how that lined up with this, just right between them. Son of a bitch. But yeah, there's nothing we could have done. If the Dow's going to do that, we get thrown out in the bathwater, right? Yeah, look at that. So it's like just wiped out the entire day in 2 minutes. Actually, it wiped out more than the entire day. Yeah. I wonder what that was. And that's why it pays. When something happens that's weird, look around. Because then it's not us. It's not a technical breakdown. It's the Dow pulled us, and then it's a technical breakdown. Which means we're not coming back until the Dow comes back. Even though we're probably bouncing off a support line. But that's good to know that it's not us. That is a bit of a change. Is this it? Yikes. Oh man, that's going to tank the market. Oh man, that's going to tank the market. Everyone's going to sell because they don't want to pay the capital gains. When did he propose this 45%? Like 2 minutes ago? Yeah, but when? Oh, right now. Okay. Got it. But is this new? Like they didn't know about it? Or he's just talking? Because if this is new, then we're in for a roller coaster. If it's him just talking, then I don't care. But oh boy. Yeah. You don't want to spook the market like this. Man, we were fucking recovering. Okay, so if the news just broke, then it's going to be a wild ride, which it'll still be months before it's implemented. So we have tons of time, right? If it does get implemented. So you have tons and tons of time to get out of the market, but you're going to have a lot of negativity as people panic. Yeah, but you're talking about technicals. This isn't really that big. It's only erased a day and a half, right? It's not that bad. But holy crap, if he goes through with it, then I'll be writing some calls. Yeah. Yeah. You'll see this is probably an oversell, but at least that's what happened. At least now we know. So we can rest easy that basically this is only temporary. As long as Aaron didn't invade Chimera himself, and AMC just opened up a all adult murder mystery theater, we're good. Yeah. Well, I agree with that. The Dow's overdue as well. I could probably make a long put on the Dow as well for like half a year out. Yeah. I could gamble that. Yeah, once my money's free, I think I'll get a little more aggressive. I mean, you could always short the market too. Oh man, stupid AMC. All right, I want to see what's going to go on with GME though. So they went down to 150 and bounced. So let's see where that falls on the Great Lines. Okay. So they're basically just holding on with that. And I think there is... No, there's nothing else. This. Wait, what am I looking at here? No, give me the monthly. There we go. Yeah, I thought there was another one. Oh no, I was looking at the right thing. So yeah, they're just holding on with this, which is this. So this becomes that. What the? Oh, either a large machine just dropped something or there was an earthquake. So this, or there still is an earthquake. My house is shaking. Ah, cool. Here, here, there, and there. So yeah, they're in a definite pennant shape. They're at the bottom of a pennant. So let's see if they bust down. So 135, 120 will be their last hopes after this. They're gonna rip Van Winkle. Okay. We are rebounding with good volume. Someone just bought the discount. Excellent. We should just start going up. Yeah, well, someone just bought the dip. That's good. Yeah, I don't normally get excited. There's really no point to get excited. Except for when, of course, the stock just goes roof, because that's amazing. Like this, that was great. But you see, that set the tone for the whole day, right? It got rid of the negativity. We didn't drop down. We kept climbing. So that was great. And the jump in the morning was great. This is all just normal. Oh, I'll be fine. Well, we're going to make a negative S shape. So if we get to here, we're going to go down. And the dude that bought in probably got out. Yeah, and the Dow is dead cat bounce. Kitty falls out the window. Kitty hits the pavement. And that cat is dead. Yeah, we're pretty much doing the same thing. And GME is, oh dear. GME's down. Yay, it's like a train wreck we get to watch. So GME is now here, but we can't see it. Luckily, we got our percentages today. So we're probably going to go, if we go back down to 0 today, right? I would load up on calls, basically, or buy a bunch of shares if we go back down below 10. Because now we've shown we can go up. This is just depression from this. Once people get over this, they're going to rebound, right? So, excellent. Although we'd be betting against etc., who's betting that the market itself is going to correct. So, we'll see. If Biden signs the 45% capital gains, the market would probably go nuclear for a short period of time. And then nothing would change. But for a short period of time, people would be pulling their money out of the market and it would just bottom out, because if people are gambling on the stock market and not paying capital gains or paying very little, then basically now all of a sudden they got to pay so much more. Well, fuck that. I'll go gamble somewhere else, like Canada. So we'll see. Yeah, we got 15% in Canada. And actually, I don't think I pay any tax to you guys. I get to play on the US market, but I pay no tax. Giggity. So. Oh, yeah. I don't think anyone in their smart mind would let this pass. I don't even know why the hell they're proposing it. Like, the strength of the US economy is its stock market. And you're just gonna fucking put a knife to it? Like, oh, fuck it. I get the ideas because, like, Chinese foreign investors are all using the US stock market as a gambling tool, right? And they want to get more money out of it. But this law applies only to American citizens, right? So it doesn't matter unless you live in the US, and then you're just screwing the pooch. So you still don't hurt foreign investment, which is the real problem, and you're hurting domestic investment. It's like, So, Canada, it's 15%, but if the stock market is your sole source of income, then it's up to 38%, depending on how much money you make on the stock market. Essentially, you just pay your fair share. So that's all. I like my 15%. I don't mind. You know, you just won $1,000 and you lose 15%. Whoa. You know, cares? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the larger picture. Some major corporations pay actually negative tax because they get kickbacks. Yeah. No, it's actually quite common. Like GE, I think pays 1 or 2% tax rate, right? But then they get all these government subsidies that they end up paying nothing or less than nothing. So it's valid. But realize if you tell GE to go fuck themselves and they move out of your country, GE has more GDP than some countries. So either we pay 2% tax or we're leaving, right? So it's a balance between keeping your rich. There's a reason why the US has the strongest economy in the world, right? You have to have some concessions to them, right? But at some point, you have to say, look, if you're going to hold us hostage, we have the smartest, the brightest, the most creative, strongest military, strongest people, blah, blah, blah. If you want to use these people, then you need to pay the taxes to support the bridges, the roads, the hospitals, blah, 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 blah. And then there's the balance, right? So, but yeah, the big risk is that, you lose Pfizer, you lose GE, Microsoft. Like, there's a reason why all these giant ass, super awesome companies are in the US. And then the rest of them are in Ireland for tax avoidance. Yeah. So, anyways, but don't punish the stock market. The stock market is a magical place where everyone can live in harmony. Oh, you're still going. Okay. So they kind of went this way and now they're here. Since it's so friggin' hard to see. And with an increase in volume. Oh, looks like it's finally sinking. Yeah. Stacy's gonna wake up and be like, oh shit. Yeah. Okay, there's Leo. He's sinking. There's some bubbles going to the surface. Oh, it bounced. Alright, well, we won't watch this minute by minute because that's going in slow-mo. How about yeah, it looks like they're going for a second kitty bounce. Okay, it's 1:30. Well, at least the day has gotten, after a very, non-eventful day, we at least got some action. Yeah, I mean, we had some good action in the morning, I guess. Yeah, and then it kind of died out at about 10, 11. Volume just, yeah, 10:30, and then just died. Okay. So this is a W shape we're just completing. So then we'll get a little boost. And then if we go over this, we'll get a second boost. But the volume is just piss. So, okay. So one more cent and we should see 2 boosts or 3 boosts. This guy, this guy, this guy, maybe this guy. Punch it, Chewy. The Dow going up. Yep, we should get it. Come on. Come on. Oh my god. It went down by a cent. We need 18 and 19 and we're going up. Come on. Okay, there we go. There's 18. So now we should see a boost. Again, we should see a boost. Enter stage left. Enter stage left. I hate low volume. That's the worst. There we go. Bit fucking late, but there it is. Hooray! It's so slow. As I say multiple times, it's almost like I know what I'm doing. But, God, low volume. Well, Bezos makes gazillions of dollars daily, right? His wealth is in the stocks, but he's literally making revenue daily, right? So, but it all depends on how much of that money he gets to use for personal use, or does it all have to stay in the company, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay, so we got our boost. Now we might go back down, or if we can go up 3 more cents, then off we go. Strangely, I was thinking about the Sandman song as well for some reason. That was weird. Alright, so if I'm looking at the watch list, it's all red, and it's still going red. So likelihood of us going up, minimal. But the volume's so low, we're not even going down. That's good. Buyers countered that 17. If only for a moment, then the moment's gone. Dust in the wind. Come on. This fighting over pennies is so fucking pathetic. So GME is at 150. After a brief trip to the 149s. We're still doing surprisingly okay. Considering how red everyone else is, we're not doing that bad. So if we start seeing green with everyone else, if they can get over this Biden news, I guess, if that's what we think it is, and it probably is, then we should be flying up. I guess everybody's basically sitting and watching. To see what happens next. Because it doesn't look like the market's moving much. It's still red, but it's just going sideways, I think. Let me take a look. Yeah, see, it is going sideways. I'm just watching the watch list, but I'm like, this number hasn't changed. So yeah, we're just doing this. Sideways, sideways. So now they're going into the indecision. So they reacted, potentially overreacted, and now they're settling out. And that's probably why today was kind of mute, because they knew Biden was going to talk, but they didn't know what's going on, so they played it tight. But yeah, that is a severe, like, How much is that? That's almost 1% of all the economy that's represented by the Dow or the S&P in that case. Just went out the door. 0.7. Yeah, that's a lot of money to be gone in 2 minutes. I wonder which brokerage just hit the panic sell button. They're just like, oh shit. And then they just liquefied it. They just slammed the sell. Because, that's got to be a big fish that does stuff like that. So I wonder how they go about that. They just yell across the room and just yell, sell. Yeah. Yeah, that's what people are saying, Teldros. So we'll come back from this. Here, I'm going to replace the pinned message with Zeus's capital gains. There you go. I wouldn't say an absolute nuke if you're talking about this, but it's definitely some form of high energy weapon. If we went into the 1, 2, 3 negatives, then I would be liquefying my AMC positioning and turning off the stream and finding the fallout shelter. Oh boy. If the market went down by 3%, I would just be like, oh fuck, get under the couch. Yesterday was PlayStation music. Now it's Super Nintendo music. Starting to see a pattern here. And it'd be on YouTube, not in YouTube. The files are in the computer? Yeah, we just got snagged. We got sniped. We're running across a field and we just took a 303 round to the leg. Son of a... Those damn filthy snipers. Yeah. Yeah, Sleepy Joe's in the bushes. He's like, ha ha ha, that'll show him. Yeah. There's no way Donald Trump did this because he would have just been complaining and whining about something and you'd hear him a mile away. But Sleepy Joe, he puts on those aviators. That guy's a killer. Yeah. It's Joe Wick. And he's here. And he's angry. Because you wrecked his country. Like, Joe's older than Trump, right? So, like, he grew up in a country that he no longer recognizes because douchebags have ruined it. Oh, man, I don't blame him. It's good to have an angry old white guy once in a while, right? Just get in there and cause some trouble. The friendly black guy Obama, he needed just to give Joe some spiked collar, let Joe go, get him out there, go all Clint Eastwood on everyone, and then let's see, what would Obama's equivalent be? Some iced tea? No, not iced tea. Who's the other guy that? Oh, it's Ice Cube. Yeah, get some Ice Cube. Pretends to be a family man, but deep down, Obama's all street. Yeah. Or actually, Denzel Washington. There, he can do some training day. Yeah, that's it. Stand on the Senate floor. I am King Kong. There we go. That's what we need. We need some King Kong. Sorry. Some training day on the Senate floor. Or wherever the president goes to talk. Okay, so GME's holding okay. Still down. We are floating into either a crown shape or we're cresting. Either way, not great. If it's a crown shape, we'll go down to this line. If we're cresting, we're just going into a dome shape or a turtle. We may escape. Either way, we're hoping that this line gives us the bounce. Usually if it's a crown shape, you will come back after you hit this. If it's a dome shape and we go really slow, we might go down under. But if it's a dome shape, we may break free earlier. And then it ends up looking like a big ass W or a bat. But I don't know where we're going right now, since we've just got artificially shot to the leg, if you will. But then again, the market doesn't know what it's doing either, right? It's trying to figure out. Yeah, so it's just going sideways. So this might go right back up. Once they stop panicking, they'll go, okay, they'll buy back their billions of positions. They've already said this is too far down. We did like a dead cat, but it came right back and now it's back up. So it's a lot of indecision here. They don't know, and I sure as fuck don't know. If the people that run the stock market don't know what to do, I'm not going to have the answers. Okay, so this might still go down. There's nothing really supporting them here. So they just need a little bit of negativity and they'll be back down to 149 or lower. Surprised the stock market crashing there is, when was that? Right at 1 o'clock? Yeah, it did get them. So that's what dragged them down, but they stopped. And then us, it was definitely hit us. Yeah. So we responded right away, right here. And then we tried to go sideways, and then we just died. So this would have probably been a W if Joe's thing didn't come through. Just like this probably would have started to go up, but she nuked. Right, 1306. Wow, we responded even ahead of time. Our stock can predict the future. So this might have been just part of the W. This is where we got nailed by the Dow. Neat. Or this could have been a pre-warning, but my guess, because there was no indication, like the stock didn't show any hesitation, it just went ramp. So I don't think anyone saw it coming, which is usually how these things go. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to go down to the black line. That black line 10? 1003. Okay, so now we're on the black line, so we're hoping for a bounce. And then that's going to make a W shape. And then that should carry us into, we're in the last 2 hours now. Okay. GME is heading into the shits. Okay, give me a bounce. So since we can expect a bounce here, right? You could short sell if it goes under this line, or you could do a buy if it goes up, right? I'm not placing any calls right now, like on the screen, but based on the information, it's basically either going to fly down or it's going to go up about maybe this high before it tries to figure out if it's like usually around 50%, so right about here, of this dome shape. If we're lucky, we'll see in 1, 2, 3 or so minutes an upswing. If we're lucky. Oh, it's all about the hedges. Oh my god. Hold on. I'm gonna change the title to AMC stock crash action. And then I'll add in the hedge fund illuminati. There we go. It's lemon naughty. Ugh. All right, so we went under the line, but we're now doing 10, which is a support line just because of the number. So we did, oh, nice. We did kind of hesitate here. We did bounce. So we went down, then we went up, then we went completely down. So we did get a bounce, but not much. We got a good bounce off of 10. And that's all the people. If it goes down to 10, I'll buy more. It's those people. And yeah, now they're making new lows for GME, and the volume's ramping up. It's time to break out the orchestra. Let's help it along as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. It's just Jimmy's not dead yet. It's teetering on the edge. This is just about to go. So you could write some short sells on this. So I could actually even do that. So it just bounced up. I'm going to do a short on this. I'm going to bet on it going way down. Okay. So on this, I think it's going to recover, but I wouldn't place any bets till around end of day. So 2 hours to go. Or sorry, 1 hour to go. Wait, no, it's 2. 2 to 3 is 1 hour. Yeah, Jesus, I'm falling apart here. 2 hours to go. 2 to 3, and 3 to 4. Okay. So you're following along. You're probably about to make 5%. Once that does its thing. See, I won't bet on us recovering, even though you can see the W. Because if GME goes down, this 10 isn't going to hold. So right now you can see we're riding on the support line. That's like 10.03, which is a weird number, but whatever. But I don't think that's going to hold. And then we have 10. 10 will hold us up. But I don't know if that's going to hold if GME just fucking bottoms out, right? So at least GME is able to hold itself. That's good. But yeah, the market is rolling. So they broke new lows, which is not good. If they do a kind of a dome shape and they end up on the same level, that's okay. I mean, it's not good, but it's okay because then they can come back from it. And then it makes like a big W. But the second they break through the floor, then it's over. Then it becomes a downwards for a bit. Because the dome, basically, the buyers had no strength. The sellers take over. And the buyers have all this time to counter, and they say nope. Then when it hits a support line, they still say nope. So there's nothing but negativity, which you can see here. It's sharpening. So instead of going down gradually, it's going up. It starts going down steep. Now it's going down even steeper. Bigger reds, longer. So, I mean, that's about as steep as it gets. But we'll see. So yeah, we're like a bouncy ball. Boing, 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 boing. That's good, as long as we stay over 10. And as soon as this kicks off, it's going sideways right now. This is going to kick off. I'm going to be fake rich. Come on. Show me the money. Sleepy Joe crashed the market, Jer. That's why you can't leave. There we go. Atta boy. Now tank, 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 tank. You can do it. Yeah. Yeah. Tank, 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 tank. It's like drink, but tank. This is gonna get turned into a YouTube meme clip, I bet. I just want GME to be out of our lives. It's an abusive relationship. Oh yeah, no, we got nailed. Here's where the information is. We're still not horrible. We're still holding at 10. But I like Sleepy Joe. But I mean, it's better than the fucking Angry Orange Cheeto in chief. But yeah, they proposed a 45% capital gains tax, which I think the US currently has a 30 something capital gains. So it's not that insane, but it's enough to spook the markets. This is Elon. I'm here to liquefy everything.
Actually, Bitcoin should be going up as people are fleeing. There's futures for AMC? Really? Interesting. Huh. They're pretty much the same chart, except for they move weirdly. And long periods of nothingness. Weird. Interesting. I wonder where this is located. There's also apparently AMC crypto, but let's look at Bitcoin. BT. Bitcoin to US dollar. No, that took a header too. Is it the US dollar that took a header? Gold US dollar held. Okay, US dollar directly is Y. Oh, there it is, DKY. The US dollar is actually doing pretty good. So is people just withdrawing their money into cash? That's what happened. The UK is closed, so they didn't get to experience this. Okay, and the Germans are closed too. No? Yeah, they're closed. So they're going to have a fun market tomorrow when they open. Oh, rip. I wonder if people are going to pile all their money into sleepy Europe. Jesus. Oh man, that is a lightning bolt. Fuck, it rolled, and because it broke through, just flump, flump, flump. That is pretty bad. Oh, that Excedra guy is going to make a killing. The market's down 1.5. Oh man, Joe, what are you doing? So if that gets to 3%, that's nuclear bunker time. If it gets to 15%, America's in a recession. And don't do that silly things. We're in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah, you're printing, etc. At least for now, until it turns around. Yeah, we're just teetering. GME is trying to figure itself out. We're holding on for all it's worth at 10. Well, the market is overdue for a downturn, right? So as long as you price your time frames properly, it's not too risky. Worst, you're out your premium. Best, you're making a killing, right? It's not too bad. Yeah. Oh, we just fell through. I'll see if we counter. Somebody hit the sell button. Yeah, I think that's going to get countered. That seems just a little excessive.
That's a 23,000. Oof. That's a bit of volume. That's a spicy meatball. Shit. Come on, show us some green. Yeah, that's a big oof. Dow's recovering. Slightly. Okay, everyone's green. We might be able to erase this red. Maybe. Come on, buy on discount. Come on. Oh, it's already starting to curve. All right, I'm going to close this position and take my 0.5% gains. And I'm going to move this so that it triggers when it goes down again. Yeah, I saw that coming. I was like, we're going to. We survived, or GME managed to hold the bottom for long, so we're going to go up. The same thing with us. If we held a little bit longer, we'd probably go up. But we broke down. And we didn't get a green, so now we're going to commit to it. Down we go. So now the people that are here, we're going to go all the way to 979. Unless the volume just craps out, but I don't think it will. So we're going to stop here. We're going to that line. Yeah. There we go. Like clockwork. And we just bounced off the 79 line. Yeah. Taxing currencies that operate in your own country but are on the internet. Yeah, that's kind of like taxing another country's money. It's kind of weird. Yeah. It's not too bad, but the market is at 1.2. We were at negative 0.3 for most of the day. So we've just gone down 1.6, if you will. Or no, sorry. We've just gone down 1 because we weren't positive. Right. So it's not too bad. He did about 0.77, 0.68 percent damage, and we measured it. Do they tax Bitcoin already? The transactions? They'll probably tax the capital gains, but they're not. I don't know what you're looking at. You're looking at the S&P. Yeah, I was gonna say if the S&P is -5, I would be shitting bricks and liquefying my AMC because that means something has gone wrong. Yeah, yeah, capital gains. Yeah, capital gains is one thing, but taxing the transaction, the ownership, they're just taxing your profits, which is fine or normal. But if you attached a tax to like commodities have an excise tax. Yeah. Yep. Oh no, tomorrow's going to be amazing. It's going to be nuts. Yeah, exactly. Anybody that had a put is just laughing. They just went out and bought a Lambo. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm going to start putting, just before Joe Biden ever speaks, I'm going to put up a whole bunch of puts. Just bet against him every time, right? Because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. People will bet against him and they'll make the market go down because they think the market will go down when he talks. Thus, it goes down when he talks. So then everybody bets against him and it goes down when he talks. So, yeah, I'll give that a try. Every time he talks, the market takes a bit of a hit. Let's see if we're going to rebound, though. Not seeing a lot of promise. Still have another 2 hours to go. So, see how this one plays out. GME is at 148.80. I'm going to quickly look at the other ones. They're still going sideways, it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, they're not going exactly sideways, but starting again. Yeah. And GME. They've recovered, and now they're here. But that doesn't mean they can't roll. Exactly. All right. So hopefully we can either make a W here or a check mark. Check mark would be nice just to go straight back up. But we'll need the Dow to do that as well. Or GME to just surge and then get pulled up. So here we go. Yeah. It could just go straight up. But the likelihood, I don't know. No, like we went down pretty hard. So there is, the faster you go down, the quicker you go up is more justified because this is overselling. It's a technical breakdown, but it's overkill, right? But you look at the volume and there's no confidence to counter them. So the sellers are still here. The buyers had their turn and they're like a fifth of the volume of, or if you add them all together, they're like even a tenth of the volume of this. So it's like, I don't know. Yeah. Much as I want it to go up, I think you might be right. It might be a W or just even a a zigzag down if things are bad. So we'll see. All right, I'm gonna leave this up. I'm gonna have to go use the washroom there, and we'll just let this run the course. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna miss anything in the next 5 minutes. I'll put the Dow up. Same scale, new price scale. Okay, there's the Dow. So you can watch that bad boy play out. I'll be right back.
back. Just getting some milk on my way back. We didn't hold that close to 10. Got there, but we didn't get there. Sad pandas. I want to do. Where's the options on this? This guy? Settings. Appearance. No. Oh, that's the AMC. I want this one. And I want that one. There we go. Give me hollow candles. Yeah, and we don't. No, it's not gonna let me do it. Okay. All right. That way we can follow the. There we go. We can follow the Dow and us at the same time. Okay. So we're coming up on power hour. A sad panda indeed, indeed. Oh my god. Nothing is timed perfectly. This is a correlation does not equal causation. But, you know. It's like when people, the Greek gods did it, Zeus did it, right? You need to blame someone. So, I forget the psychology term for it, but essentially magic. It was because of the fates. You know, I threw the rock 3 times, but because it didn't bounce the 4th time, it angered the gods. You know, those sound absurd, but that's pretty much exactly what this is, right? Everything is, you know, plotted. You know, there probably is somebody out there that's like, okay, hey, Biden, I'm going to take out a whole bunch of calls to make money on the stock market. Can you just say something like, I don't know, Bush did 9/11, something, anything? And then all of a sudden it tanks the market. But then that's insider trading and market manipulation, and that's, you know, highly illegal. But some people commit crimes, you know. Yep. Oh, Zeus did 9/11. Damn, Zeus. And here I always thought it was an inside job, but it was actually the Greek gods. Anyways. Yeah. It's just how she rolls, right? And as you get better and better at the stock market, you'll learn to dodge these bullets, or you'll have news up, or you know Biden was going to speak today, so you're following the president's agenda, right? So you can dodge these things. But it's not a big deal. It's just a bump in the road. It's just, oh, what a dumb bump. Well, greed is part of our survival mechanism, and ego is also a survival mechanism. So if you want to get really metaphysical here, greed and ego is what makes humans survive. So it's not a negative thing. We only make it a negative thing because some people are pissed off when other people survive better than them. Bum, bum, bum. If we want to throw down with human psych, I can win that fight any day of the week. That is, aside from trading, actually, not even trading stocks, human psych, warfare, and stock trading are probably my 3 strongest skills, in that order. Spelling, mathematics, nope. Shit. But you know what? It's fine. I'll trade mathematics for understanding the human psyche. Works for me. Spelling, could wish I could spell a little bit better, but voice to type, that works perfect. Let's see. So the overall market
1%. So we're doing a little bit better. We're at 1%. We're just going sideways. GME is holding at 148. So yeah, we're just gonna go sideways. I guess we could watch Biden speak on C-SPAN. But then who wants to? Nobody. Yeah, well, you know how to manipulate, right? Like, or potentially you know how to manipulate, right? But you're also, the fact that you compared subs to sub, that's defense mechanism, right? So that's the contrast and compare, and it's I'm more powerful, I'm stronger, and here's my justification, right? But the fact you chose to be defensive, right, shows. That's the human psyche right there. But anyways, it's all good. It's all good. I don't know YouTube's algorithms. I don't really play into it, and perhaps, and you should teach me a lesson in that. But I'll fight you any day on psych. I can do that. No problem. I can do that. I just don't want to be a YouTube whore. I may have to be, but to me that's degrading myself. But that's, again, psychological, right? You know, it's a matter of personal viewpoints, personal integrity, which it's personal. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. But yeah, we could go down that road. You know, what matters, what's right, what's wrong, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, no point really. Oh, is it everyone hates me? A shill. For who? Yeah, for a shill for who though? It's all good. It's all good. Backstop. Oh fuck! I'd love a coffee. I'm already down 3 and I'm already falling asleep. Yeah, it's all good. It's good, and thanks. I think the quality of this will shine through. I just have to find that balance between entertaining and um, what's good for me and what's good for the public, right? So right now I'm kind of focusing on what's good for me. What's better for me is that if I could take the whole day off when the stocks go slow. So I need to find a way to be a little bit more entertaining during the dead periods. And I don't really quite know how to do that because anything that takes my focus off the stocks, I'll miss stuff, right? So I'm thinking if I get more aggressive day trading, maybe follow along with the people can follow along on the bets, and we just do a lot of bets throughout the day. Then I think that's where once I get my money back, then we'll have a better daily. Yeah, but anyways, yeah. Well, that's good because I hope they print screen my description. But at least I'm getting free promotion. It's true, Marshall. Exactly. Yeah. But he's also, no one is more loved than someone that speaks the truth as well. Right? You know, you can lie to somebody and tell them what they want to hear and they're going to like you.
But at the end of the day, the intensity of that like is nothing compared to when somebody realizes that you're truthful, because you're not. So fundamentally, it's the hierarchy of needs, right? Safety, security. You're not a threat anymore. When you tell the truth and you act truthfully, right? You're not a threat. But if I have a certain viewpoint, right, and then I challenge your viewpoint, now I'm a threat. But that's a primitive mind. An advanced mind wouldn't care, because if your viewpoint gets challenged, like stocks suck and you should be an option trader, like etc., you know, you don't care. You learn from his perspective, right? Instead of saying, no, stocks is what I've been doing, and get angry, right? So anyways, it's a difference between a primitive primate and a luxurious diamond space ape. So, exactly. And we're trying to collect diamond space apes. AMC Reddit can keep all their fucking primates. Well, I shouldn't say primates. Primates. There we go. Don't put an extra E in there. Primates. Yeah. We are the prime apes. They are the apes. There we go. Fucking chimps. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's not just using you as an example, but you got it. Yeah. Yeah. No, you got to learn from people's perspectives, because hopefully they're coming from a place of experience, right? They're telling you what they feel, they see. Humans are a summary of their experiences and their surroundings, which dictate their experiences. You can't experience Japan without seeing it or being surrounded by it, you know. Now the internet has kind of fixed that, but you get the idea, right? So how do you know Japan if you've never seen it, heard of it? You can't. It's impossible. Anyways, so where you're going with that is that we want to create a world where it fixes. Shit. I lost my train of thought. Oh, well, anyways. I want to create a world where we're all on the same page, and I completely just lost my train of thought reading that text, because it's so true. I'm fucking passing out here. But anyways, yeah. Human psychology drives everything. People are a summary of their surroundings. You can't fix it. You can only work with it or against it. And it looks like we might be breaking out. And you can see how we're just following the Dow one for one, eh? Oh, that's what I was going on about. All the idiots on AMC. There's some good people on AMC stock. I had some good friends there. But you got all those prayer posts, right? Everyone wishfully thinking, when is the stock going to go up? You know, it's hard to say that's alpha. Alphas don't say that. Alphas don't ask for a date. Alphas are curious about the mentality of the person. That's where I was going, right. So like etc., his history, his upbringing, where he lived, what he's done has dictated his view. So there's value in that, right? I haven't walked in his shoes. I don't know what he knows. I might know it from a different perspective, but I don't know it from his perspective. So by assimilating his life, you can then take out the parts that make sense, leave the parts about, the gay party where he met his uncle and there was some drinking involved. You can just pass all that, right? You just take the key stuff and you go, and you can augment it to you. And then his experiences become yours. Filtered, of course, through his biases and the nightmares he still has of his uncle. But, it's like that. And that's how you grow as a superior human being, if you want to think of it that way. Next AMC title will be Advocates Superior Race of Apes. Might be Nazi. Well, I do believe in ape superiority over chimps. Chimps are assholes. Apes are so much better. And smarter. And monkeys are the worst. They throw shit. Don't get me started on monkeys. Anyone that thinks monkeys are good is fucking stupid. Monkeys suck. They're the worst. Don't worry, no one knows your real name, Jake. From State Farm? Yeah. State Farm's just this witness protection ID. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Anyways, we're going to get rich here. And as I said 2 months ago, we'll just leave all the idiots in the dust. Yeah, so this baby is not going to make me any money because it won't go down. I mean, I'm no ultra pro, right? I make mistakes all the time, but I'm definitely not completely stupid at what I'm doing, or I'd be broke. Yeah. So, I think Sleepy Joe's comments are over. Yeah, the market really went dollar for dollar. They're almost identical. Wow. That's the Nasdaq and the Nasdaq versus the Dow, and the S&P versus the Dow. S&P recovered later. The Dow recovered earlier. And we're pretty much pound for pound too. So we were floating with the market. So we surged up, right? But then right about here, and then we switched over. There's the news, and then see how we're just pound for pound for the market? And that's because the market's going crazy. It's completely dwarfing our low volume. So the market's now calling the shots. Because, yeah, our stupidly low volume, yeah, is nothing compared to the market. But it is still stupidly low volume, so it's probably all just market volume is moving us around right now. Yeah. Except for kind of a little bit of this. That's us. Because the market went up and we sold. But because we oversold, we corrected. So this was a correction for this. So that was, we didn't go down as fast, and then there was a correction, but then it was too much. And so if we put this together, yeah, see, we avoided it, so it tried to correct, but timing wasn't right. And so when it recovered, we recovered, completely erasing it. But geez, look at it, like right to the minute. They're even the same shape. I can actually just put them on top of each other and they disappear. See? Warp. That's something. That's crazy. Yep. Yes. Yes. Whoa, was there a monkey in the Amen? The Amenchi? So what's the complexity not found in monkeys? The ability to trade stocks? Or lose money? Yes. I do like lemurs. They do bite, and tazirs are nice as well. I don't know about capsicums, but tazirs are flying monkeys, aren't they? The ones with the weird ass eyes. They're like a fruit bat, but not quite a bat. Well, obviously not a bat, but I think they're the weird eye fruit munchers, and they're small. But I don't know about the capsicums. But yeah, like chimps though are okay. Nice. But yeah, like snow monkeys in Japan, horrible. Most mountain monkeys, horrible. The general run-of-the-mill monkeys you find in Southeast Asia, horrible. Like just pretty horrible. But then it's like seagulls, right? Seagulls aren't bad, but when they learn how to be human, they're bad. Raccoons, not bad, but when they learn how to pick a lock, bad. So they stop being a cat and they start becoming a really crafty bandit that likes stealing food. Yeah. So yeah, I guess monkeys are the same. Yeah. Yeah. Or any animal, I guess, if you want to go really that far. Yeah. But some animals are docile and they're not very rude and crude like monkeys can be. Because monkeys, when they get angry, like they fucking go at you. They know how to fight. You're gonna have to beat them down with some type of stick. Okay, so it's 2:40. So Emil should be showing up in the next 30 minutes. Our night crew starts to come up. Good. 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 I'm still curious how I'm a shill. I don't know what I'm promoting. Because a shill would have to be promoting something, right? By very definition, I guess. You're providing fake. Yeah, you're providing fake exuberance or negativity to a subject for the purpose of pumping up your masters. Yeah. So since I'm my own master, and I don't give a shit if AMC goes up or down, although I prefer it goes up because I have money in it, but I'm smart enough to know you can't control the market, so I can't do anything. So there's no point making a show out of it. I can only comment on what I see, so there's no point getting worked up about it. Now, of course, if it goes down 30%, I might crap my pants. But, you know, that's a different boat. That's when it goes nuclear. Then I got to worry because, like, even here, I started to worry just because it's like, okay, what's going on? Is it going to stop? But it looks like it's already over. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I'm going to strike out on my own. No, I was just curious what the, what the justification was. Yeah. Ooh, sound effects. It's lightning. And I think I need a tinfoil for that. Or a steel. Steel? Yeah, woof, woof, woof. That's a steel sheet. That's it. Sheet metal. Jesus. I'm like, no, that's not the way to call it. Yeah, you need sheet metal. Lightning. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to disconnect the lightning storm and just have like a thing of sound effects in the background. Get the awooga horn. Do a Kramer Mad Money. $250K into an ETF. Yeah. Okay. Liam knows his monkeys. There's unfortunately no monkeys in Canada. Baboons are assholes, yes. They're quick to get aggressive, and they like to harass. They harass and harass and harass. That's part of their culture, I guess. Yeah. Baboons are pretty terrible. Yeah. Ah, well. So sideways, but at least we're at 10, so not bad. Could have been worse. Rest of the market is red. GME is still floating around 150. We got 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. Oh, all right. The only problem with the day having some action is that the day seems to go on a lot longer than it needs to. Because the day, so exciting, and then versus the normal where I just fall asleep and wake up when it's over. Alright, I'm gonna go search the internet. I'm gonna see what's going on with Sleepy Joe. Oh, apparently Sleepy Joe is a song written by Russell Aguas and the Herman Hermits from 1967. Oh, here's all the nicknames that Trump has given people. So Dumbo, number 1% Joe, Basement Biden, Beijing Biden, China Joe, Corrupt Joe, Crazy Joe, Quid Pro Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Creepy Joe, Slow Joe, and Joe Hyden. Little Michael, Mini Mike, Bloomberg. Da Nang Richard, Da Nang Dick, Mr. Tough Guy, John Bolton, Governor Jerry Moonbeam Brown, Moonbeam. George Bush Sr. is Bush Original. Low Energy Jet. These are good. I didn't. Wild Bill is Bill Clinton. That's a good one. Heartless Hillary, Crooked Hillary, Crazy Hillary, yeah, whatever. Leaking, Lying, Shady, Slippery, Slimeball, Sanctimonious, James Comey. Lying, Texas, Beautiful Ted, Ted Cruz. These are awesome. Leaking, Sneaky. These are words that Frankenstein, people can understand, right? Nicknames are a way of compartmentalization. You shrink it down, you shave off the edges so you can present it in something that they will accept, or it's simplistic so that you can prove your point. Crazy Arnold, Mr. Magoo. Mr. Magoo is a semi-racist character, is he not? Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Well, seeing how people are talking about him being awesome, they probably don't find him racist. Nope. He's a affluent, wealthy, short-statured retiree. So that's pretty much keeps them out of being cancel cultured. I think we're going to close at 10. Even if we go down, I think people are going to try to push us up to 10. But I don't know if we're going to get any more height. Really hope we do, though. Yeah, I think we're going to have a battle of 10. I agree. Oh, today they got the first secretary of the Communist Party in Cuba, the PCC. It's always good when your logo has a whole bunch of people with guns on it and machetes. Damn. All right, just trolling Wikipedia, taking a look here. While we go sideways, just for anybody that might be joining us, just looking at the news. Yeah, the whole market is friggin' red. Jeez. Currencies are doing okay. Crypto's doing decent. Even my Canadian stocks aren't that good. $48? $48's not that big nowadays, Daryl. 200, Squad's been doing 200. Arma did 150, and that was 7 years ago. Yeah. So 150 people on a highly realistic fire control and bullet model jazz. Holy crap. As soon as people start shooting, though, like the whole server just starts to go. But as long as they're not shooting, it's not so bad. But why would they have suddenly liquefied their stocks, right? Like, okay, perhaps they are doing that, but what's the trigger? Sell me on it. You know? Oh, this is the DTC rule and they have to get out. So why did they choose 1 o'clock? Oh, why wasn't it pre-market? Why didn't they get out when they had the best price possible, right? So, yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, a lot of that's what makes conspiracy theories work. There's a possibility. Sure, there might be a cabal that lives in a mountain that secretly controls currencies, and Bitcoin might be a CIA front to track criminal activity. It's possible. The likelihood, pretty low. So anything's possible, but we have to apply likelihoods to it. So yeah, there probably is some last minute holdouts for the DC or the DCTT rule. But that's all short sellers, so they would have to be buying in. But so this is where Reddit just, keeps writing. So they would have to buy in to cover their shorts, right? But then Reddit goes and says, well, I'm seeing it a sell-off. Oh, but it's not a buy-in. They have to sell their winning stocks
to cover their losses. So you'll see selling, not buying. Except they still have to buy in, which means there would be a fucking net neutral somewhere around there, right? Like, they just keep moving the fucking goalpost. It's like, no, it's not that, because this. It's like, oh my god. So, I mean, it is possible that they're selling more than they're buying back. You know, there's that, I guess. But, fuck, it's not. It's hard. It's just so far-fetched, right? Uh, I'll take some conspiracy theories. Fine, sure. They're fun. But these are just too far for me. Yeah. It's all good. Not to laugh at you. I'm just trying to, mill the idea. It's all over the place. Oh, thanks for the new subscriber, Mr. Preston. Hopefully I continue to give you sensual experience. Oh, so someone asked me this morning, so while we're waiting for the stocks to do nothing, well, they're going to do something, but we got to wait for them to charge up. If you had to live, it's one of these, chain mails, right? But if you could only choose one ice cream that you had to live with forever, right? And you can't have any of the other ones, which one would it be? So you got vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, mint chocolate, cookie dough, cookies and cream, butter pecan, rocky road, and pralines and cream. So what one would you be stuck with? So I went with, it depends on how much I have to eat it. If I can't have any of the other ones, then I would go with pralines and cream. If I had to eat it a lot, I'd go with Rocky Road. So if I love ice cream, so I'd probably do Rocky Road because the amount I want to eat it, right? But if, I can only have one and I don't have to eat it all the time. So, yeah, Rocky Road is solid stuff. I know, especially when it has little marshmallows in it. Oh man, so good. No, this is not a test to see if I have to call up the FBI on you. I was just curious. I'm just looking at Facebook right now to catch up. I haven't looked at it all day. I'm just checking on my messages that have piled up. And the fact I got one new awesome subscriber. Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, 5 new subscribers today. Excellent. I guess I should change the title of this channel to Sleepy Joe crashed the stock market action. And change the thumbnail to Sleepy Joe. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, that's what I said, Daryl. So everybody's just like, it says pick one, and people are like, I want strawberry and chocolate and vanilla. And it's like, oh my God, these chainmails are retarded. But then I thought about it, and I'm like, I like musing stuff, thinking about things, exercising the brain, if you will. And I'm like, yeah, I guess it boils down to how much I have to eat it. Because pralines and cream is life changing. If you get a good one, oh my God, it's like velvet. It's so good. But if I had to eat it every day, I'd throw up. But Rocky Road, I could probably eat that like as food. Like it's so good. So uh oh nice. Good times. Yeah, exactly. Because you're exactly right, Daryl. So you can always cut it up, right? So you got it. You're on the ball here, Daryl. Exactly. It's like, well, I can do a lot more with the Rocky Road. You can cut it with peanut butter. You can exactly. And then I was kind of leaning on vanilla because you can always dress it up. You can turn it into things. But then I'm like, fuck it. If I can't have vanilla ice cream, I'll just have like vanilla something, right? It's about the same. Yeah. Actually, on that note, I bought some Netflix and chill Ben and Jerry's. I'm gonna crack that baby open. A reward for hitting $10. Now I just have to survive another week at under $14, and I'm rich. But it'd be amazing if we hit 14 tomorrow. I won't even feel bad. It'll be nice to get our money back. It's just been way too long. This should have been like 1 or 2 weeks, and it's almost a friggin' month since Wanda sold. Fucking nuked us. Nuked us good. Alright. Sweet. I forgot I had this Ben and Jerry's, now that we're talking about ice cream. No spoons. Okay, awesome. Oh, it's a sponsored Netflix original flavor. Peanut butter ice cream with sweet, salty pretzel swirls and fudge brownies. Alright, guess I'm eating it with a fork. Let's give this a try. Alright. And if you haven't subbed and you're new here, you should do it so you can hang out with us degenerates every friggin' day. Well, you probably don't want to see us every day, but you get the drill. As much as you can handle of our degenerateness. Okay. I'm going to update the title. I'm going to blame everything on Joe Biden. It's clearly all his fault. There we go. So the crash part's kind of over now, even though it's technically still going. But and it will take us probably day to recover from it, fully recover from it. So updated the title. So now I'm blaming it on Joe Biden. Yeah, GME is pretty much toast, but it's floating upwards, so still dead. Yeah. It's one thing I've learned is you can't bet against GME on the long term. It just keeps, it's like a undead stock. Keep going. Oh, Kennedy had its problems when you really dig into him. But what was nice about him is that he took the idea of statesmanship real, right? Like when I was younger, the idea that a politician was supposed to be a larger than life figure, right? That's transcended, humans, were better than the average folk. They were more smarter, faster, whatever. And then the new age of politicians is we're the people's champ. We're just like you. You can have a beer with us because that's how people vote, right? But then you have idiots electing idiots who then pretend to be idiots to get elected by idiots. And then you end up getting idiots who are not pretending sometimes. And then it's like, oh, geez. So it's a race to the bottom, right? Where Kennedy's era, it was a race to the top. Who could be the best, right? He has his flaws, but at least, man, that guy could speak or at least give a speech. So, anyways, yeah, I'm, of course, Canadian. So I don't really know my American presidents, 110%. But what I know of Kennedy, he's always been great. But when you look into his life, there's a lot of troubled pasts. But then I think his brother died, and he had a lot of trouble in his life. Then he gets shot. Poor guy. But I've always wondered what America would look like if Kennedy had the full term, or if Obama kind of had a little bit more backbone to tell the Republicans to suck it. Where would America be? I don't know. So that's a amusing thought. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, have whatever opinion you want. I don't care. Just don't fight each other, that's all. We're all here to make money. I'm here to eat ice cream. So what was the verdict? Just Rocky Road? Nobody else wanted any other type of Oh, well, there was bat guano in there. I don't think that counts as an ice cream. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Simple Music. So the description, the title should be repeated in those three places. All right. Wow. This Netflix and chill. Oh, that's the pretzel. Oh, I just hit a pocket of pure salt. Wow. That was gross. So that's got to be the pretzel. So I'm eating, and then all of a sudden it's just pure salt. Pure salt. Oh, it's not what you expect in ice cream. Ooh, I'm still choking on it. Okay, well that was an experience. Bubblegum, eh? Oh, have you ever had amaretto ice cream? Holy crap, that's good. Walmart, of all things, sells a no-name ice cream. I've had Earl Grey ice cream. It's not bad. It's not bad, especially when it's done really well with a lot of cream. It's also known as a London fog in Canada. Yeah. So in Canada, we make basically a milk tea with Earl Grey, and it's a London fog. Essentially, a lot of milk and Earl Grey. Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe's at it again. Biden happened, yeah. At least we're blaming it on Biden. We were just having a conversation about ice cream, but Biden proposed 45% capital gains tax, and that looks like, well, that's what happened on the side of the screen here. That's what nuked us. It's all good, but yeah, try not to get at each other's throats here, or it's going to spiral out of control. Then I'll have to put people in timeouts. I don't know the details of it. It's just the thought of the proposal spooked the market, which is really all we need to worry about. My experience with the Polish is much like the Russians. Some of the craziest fucking people I've ever met. Like fucking balls to the wall, but loving, caring, psychotically happy. To the point where you're like, buddy, your house is burning down. And he's like, aha, life is good. And you're like, what's wrong with you? But I don't know why or how, but that's been my experience with the Polish. Oh, and Polish moms, very controlling. Holy crap. Kind of like the stereotypical Italian mom. Very, smothering with love, but controlling kind of way. That's been my experience. I don't know if I'm, yeah. Well, we don't go on about the drinking, but yeah. Yeah. It's all good. But yeah, we're just basically floating with the market right now, and we're basically in power hour, but no power. So we're just gonna keep floating. Yeah. We almost saw GME go take a nuclear dive, but it recovered. It still took a huge hit, but I was hoping for more. Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Man, look at the Poles. Yeah, we have a lot of Polish people in Canada due to the outcome of early World War II. And the choices for most people were Britain, Australia, or Canada. Because I guess the US said we're full fuck off at the time. I don't know. But a couple friends of mine, they chose Canada, obviously. And I did actually meet some Polish people in Australia. And it was interesting. The Poles are everywhere. Yeah. Well, I think that's the same with Russia, right? They keep Russia poor so that they all have cheap labor for importing. But I think Poland's a little bit more loved than Russia is due to cultural whatever. But I don't know my European modern politics, so I'm just speculating. But yeah, at least it's a green day so far. We are rolling, but we're pretty much at 10, so that's good. Yeah. Even Mexico's getting too rich for its own britches. Mexico's actually even outsourcing stuff to other places now. So what was historically Mexico, Mexico's using Honduras, Guatemala, and all the other countries that are less developed. So Mexico's, getting around. They just need to kick the cartels, and if they can kick out the cartels, or America can kick its cocaine habit, they're good to go. That's good. Yeah, that's good. It's not like Europe, like France and Germany, are going to grow exponentially. Yeah. Russia's also very diverse because it's so big, right? Like, technically, Canada has its poor and America has its working poor, right? And the poor are integral to the economy. If everyone's rich, no one's going to do the jobs that the rich people don't want to do, right? So Americans import people to pick fruit. Canadians import fruit pickers. We also import people to do road construction because we don't want to do it, right? So you can't have a country that's too wealthy or you end up pricing yourself out. But GDP wise, Russia is inherently poor. Like on the whole, it completely driven by oil money and what's the other economy? Well, defense, exports. But there's something else. Their main is it agriculture? Give me 1 second. But anyways, yeah. As a result, none of these things are really big cash makers. Although defense can be. But of course, you need to start some wars, right? There's no need for bullets if everyone's friends. Okay, where is it here? Economy. Okay, Russian economy. Their GDP growth rate is somewhere around 1.34. Their inflation rate is somewhere around 4.4%. Their credit rating is BBB or BBB negative if you're doing S&P. Their GDP per capita is about $27,000 US, which is pretty low. Although 30% of the GDP is saved. That's pretty good. Industry makes up 32% of their GDP. Agriculture is 5%. Services 62%, which is modern. So what are they doing in their service industry? So metal, gas, oil, coal, manufacturing, radars, missiles, advanced electronics, communication, electric power, textiles, and handicrafts. You know your country's good when it sells handicrafts. We're rolling. What's their unemployment rate? 4.6%. Let's see Poland, since we're talking about Poland here. So as an investor, if you know a country's growing, you can just invest in the country. And if you live in that country, you can then even invest in things that most people don't know about. You can make a killing. And that's some high-end stuff. Okay. So, the polls. Most Polish people are under 54 years old. All right. That live in Poland. The median age is 41. Population is declining. People are also emigrating. Wow, that sucks. Birth rate's down and people are leaving. Average age of birth is 27 years old, 28 years old as of 2017. That's pretty high. Neat. Okay, where's their GDP? Economy, here we go. Sixth largest economy. They have deficiencies in road and rail infrastructure. The court sucks. The labor code sucks. And there's a lot of bureaucracy. And the fact that they're losing all their educated young Polish people. And the fact that their demographics are shrinking. And they also have an aging of the solidarity era of the baby boom generation. So there is hostilities. Interesting. So Poland is 40% industry and 57 services. So they're modern. And what are they doing for industries? So milk, sugar, beets, wheats, potatoes, corn, barley, and apples, and grain and rye. And they do machine building, iron and steel, coal, chemicals, shipbuilding. Didn't know that. Food processing, glass, beverages, and textiles. That's their economy. Yikes. With almost a 6% unemployment rate. That's not bad. 15% of the population below the poverty line. That's about American levels. Where's America here? Or the United States of America to be proper. Scroll, 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 scroll. A, B, C, D, U. United States, 15%. So they're doing better than the United States. The United Kingdom, 18.6% are below the poverty line. What about Canada? We have a high poverty line. Canada is a C. Come on, scroll, scroll, scroll. Because it all depends on where you define your poverty line, right? Like China has a 0.6 poverty rate because they just draw the line at broke. Oh, there's even a note right under Canada. This figure is the low income cutoff, a calculation that results in a higher figure than found in many other comparable economies. Canada does not have an official poverty line. Oh, neat. So 9.4. And we got a note. Cool. Anyways, yeah, so it's good. It looks like Poland's doing pretty good. Modern economy, employment rates low, population below the poverty line is pretty much the same as the States. Ooh, public debt is 50%. Now, don't look at America, but that's still pretty high. Yep. Welcome, Emil. I was saying you're going to show up near the end of the day. We're hoping that we get a little boost for the power hour squeeze. But yeah, Biden gave us the turd. It dropped I don't know what to call it. A stimulus check on our head. That's it. He swung his stimulus package and gave us a whack. I'm just eating ice cream out of depression. I'm trying not to cry. Yeah, I don't know what I think about salted pretzels inside ice cream. That salt is intense. Kind of nasty. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because it could have been better. Like, we could have had an extra 3, 4, 5%, depending on which way you measure it. So, we started out strong. But as, what's his name, etc. pointed out, all of his indicators are showing tomorrow's going to suck balls. And if he trades the S&P, so he trades the market index. So if the market index is looking like crap, then it's going to be a tough day for us. But I mean, here's hoping, but yeah. Yeah, power schmauer. Also known here as the sour hour. So from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is the sour hour. And then our true power hour starts at 3:30. And that's called the squeeze. Since we are a cult. A cult of lemons. Yep. At least this cult won't make you go missing and lock you in a basement. It'll just drive you to spend all your money on the stock market. Obey! Alan Greenspan's your god now. Ah, the DCC is calling. Planter? Yep. Yeah, so we should see in 3 minutes this party should kick off. We are seeing an increase in volume, you can see it. But it's nothing redonkulous yet. Yeah, let's hope we break 10. I agree. Oh, Alex Jones. My personal favorite is actually it's I can find it. I don't want to ruin it, so I'm gonna find it. Um what's his name? Crazy fucking guy from Fox. I mean, there's a lot of them. Okay, there's Chris Wallace. Rand Paul. Excuse me. Bill O'Reilly. Okay, somebody might know. No, not Carson. Stewart's out before Carson went rogue. No, the guy with the glasses. Oh, Glenn Beck. That's it. That was the original. No, if you remember Glenn Beck. Let me see if I can find the right clip where he goes and he like pulls out the chart, starts pointing, and he's like, and then it connects to this, but then this is that, and then he just goes on for like 10 hours. It's so good. Was sent here by Jesus. Yeah, I think this is it. I think this is it. How old is this? 2010? They're just talking about two talking heads in 2010. Okay. But yeah, well, he got kicked off because he was too, like, he was trying to run the Christian fundamentalist angle, which, you know, Fox loves, but he got too far and Fox had to dump him. He basically got burnt because he was just going a little too crazy. And, oh well. Yeah, it's the Manchurian Lunatic is the one you want. But I can't seem to load up a link for you. Yeah. So anyways, that one's I think the one, and it's so good because he goes to his chalkboard and he's like, "But if this is connected to that, but then this flips over the chalkboard connected to Jesus, but then Jesus means this," and then he goes all the way back, and it's like, "Oh my god." The only way you could have done this is with a teleprompter because holy crap, it's so good. Yeah. Yeah, Lube Dobbs is kind of the stoic white guy. But whereas Beck was like hardcore. Here, you can just see the screen cap here. This is what I envision every time I do the. Well, if this and that, it's this. This is what I'm mimicking. I fucking love Jon Stewart. The guy's like a personal idol. So good. So we just kicked into the last 30 minutes, and I'm not seeing anything. No, I don't know. He basically just goes on about a 15-minute spoof of uh, of his conspiracy theories. It was quite good. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you know Fox is doubling down on Tucker. And Tucker's basically their way of pandering to the white supremacy, right? So, yeah. So like here, this basically summarizes, like he goes on this chalkboard and he's like, and then the colon, and then the body's like, the organs, and then and then he just like starts going random off all the words. It's friggin' gold. Yeah. And then basically they're making fun of this, and then basically, like, Acorn is connected to Che Guevara. Like, my God. So silly. But yeah, it'll be a really sad day when Stewart kicks it. I would love to see Stewart run for prez, but he'd never do it. Yeah. Or at least, VP. But I don't think Stewart could take the pressure. He would just be too fed up. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, it's really good. Something to watch if you ever get bored. Yeah. Wonder what this is. Oh, okay. It gives them letters. Ah, neat. AMC, and then the Z is this one, I guess. Neat. No, it doesn't tell me my the location, just by country. I would go and become an American citizen just so I could vote for Jon Stewart. Be like, I'll come back and be Canadian after Jon Stewart's elected. Don't worry about it. That'll be great. So, yeah, we're not seeing anything. You might get your 10 on the dot. I was hoping we'd get a little bit more height. Like, normally we get a boost right at 1530. And it looks like today we got it at 1524. Jon Stewart did actually interview Tucker Carlson once because he was calling out people that were just pushing bullshit. But now, like, he never really shit on Carlson because Carlson is not stupid. He just holds very strong beliefs, and a lot of his wording is very targeted because he knows what he's doing, right? He's manipulating his audience, right? But he may not hold those views. He may hold those views. We don't really know. But the problem is he's perpetuating them, right? So yeah, I might not believe in whatever, but if I go and do it, I'm part of the problem, right? So anyways, but I think new Jon Stewart would chew him a new one because, or if new Carlson would get chewed up by Jon Stewart because it's just, you're perpetuating the evil that's fucking up the states, right? Unless you know, believe in white supremacy, then maybe he's doing a great job. Yeah. Oh man. But things we don't have to worry about. We'll just get rich on the stock market so we can buy ourselves a Klansman-proof fence and just set up the voltage. And then when we see little pointy hats on fire, we know we got them. Tucker Carlson. Yep, that's who I'm talking about. And Jon Stewart. One is now the highest Fox News personality, but at the time when he was doing Crossfire and all that sort of stuff, he was, you know, second fiddle to Beck, Dobbs, and what's his face, Bill O'Reilly. But they all got shook out because you can only suck so long, and then the liberal elitist left wing will get you. Or, you know, you just commit crimes. Or you're just a total asshole and nobody likes you anymore. Whatevs. Yeah. Yeah, his show was Crossfire, yeah. Now he does Carlson Tonight or something. But it's taken a darker tone. Yep. 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 Actually, the interview with Kramer and Stewart is actually pretty good. I like Kramer, and Stewart kind of doesn't because Kramer's basically making the market seem like it's a playground. But it's like, but that's the nice thing about Kramer, right? Kramer's not an ass, and he's just saying like, look, you know, this is how it works. This is how the game is. And Stewart's like, well, that's fucking stupid. And it's like, well, what do you want to do about it, right? So, yeah. So it's not like Kramer's a bad guy. He's just doing what Kramer does. You know, it does what stockbrokers do. It's like hating farmers because they kill animals. It's part of the process, right? So I think Stewart was a little hard on him, but they walked away admirably because, you know, Kramer's not a bad guy, and Stewart just didn't like the way the market was going for one reason or another. And personal opinions, right? But that was definitely a good interview. If you like Jon Stewart. If you don't, well, then you won't like it, I guess. Or maybe you like Kramer. The gotcha journalism. So yeah, we might just settle right at 10. Doesn't look like we're gonna get any steam. Got a little burst of volume there at 10, or sorry, 5. Oh my god, 15:35. There we go. I can speak es sprechen the Deutsch. Sprechen the English. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Fox just needs a talking head, right? It's all good. That's why I'm not running a political channel. I'm here for the money. I could talk politics all day, night. Same with psych and, you know, whatever. But at the end of the day, all you did is waste a bunch of time. Talking about it's not going to change anything, right? So I usually shy away from politics just because it's just a time sink. Unless you're going to go out there and do something about it, like I'm doing with my not-for-profit. But even then, I'm not doing a lot, right? Because politics is huge. If you want to fix a country, you got to fix a lot of things. You can't just wave a magic wand, right? So I'm trying to fix municipal politics in Ottawa. But it's like, okay, you got to fix the buses, you got to fix this, the bikes. Bike theft is ridiculous here. But eventually you'll find out that the problem is people, and you can't fix human, you can't fix stupid. So then all of a sudden, you run into the same problem everyone that's ever tried to fix society runs into. Okay, well, I'm not allowed to kill people. I'm not allowed to push people into work camps. So how do we move forwards, right, as a society if there's people that want to hold us back? So you have to work around them, right? Or convince them. And that's kind of where we are as a modern society. So olden days, we'd just kill each other. We'd, kick you out of our tribe or drown you in a river or whatever. But nowadays, you work with them, convince them, get them on your side. And then as a result, things are a lot slower. And there's still people that just hate you no matter what. So it gets insanely complicated. But if no one ever tried, nothing would ever happen. So you got to keep trying, even if it's ridiculous. So, yeah. Yeah, Murdoch knows what he's doing. He is pandering. If you pander, you will get them. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't shy away from topics. Like, people freak out. They're like, oh God, taboo topics. Fuck it, I'll debate anything. You want to debate eugenics? You want to debate, I don't know, what are really bad topics? Justifications for ethnic cleansing? I don't really know. I'm trying to think of the most horrific things, possible, right? We can talk about it, right? Because you don't attach emotion to the conversation. Obviously I'm not for any of that, but we can have a debate, The debate is about the question, not about the person involved or whether it's right or wrong. Well, it could be, but generally it's about the question, right? If we're facing extinction and the only way to survive is we have to eat each other, should we do it or just starve to death? Debate it. That's not hard. Okay, go for it, Should we eat each other? Okay, well, what happens if we don't eat each other? We lose. If we eat each other, some of us win. Then that's a simple historical philosophical question. Do you change the train to save 5 people? Or do you derail the train, saving the 5, killing everyone, or let the train run over them, right? It's the same shit. So, yeah, it's all good. Realistically, the people that were tied on the tracks, they probably did something wrong, so let that train fucking run them over every time. Yeah. See, it's not hard. Yeah, my name knows her skills. She's got her hospitality skills. Yeah, if you ever have a real hard philosophical question and we're on a boring day, feel free to shoot it my way. I like thinking about things that have to be mused, balanced, thought out. Gives me something to do rather than stare at this silly ass screen. Exactly. I love debate in high school and college. Like, and I would win. Well, unless they give me fuck. I had to advocate for torture once, and I was like, oh my gosh. How do you win that, right? That one I did not win. Because it's hard to advocate for torture. Fuck. But you got it, Tom. Fuck those monkeys. Fuck them. uh, enraged white old. No, sorry, gotta get it really. Angry old white man yells at shocked YouTubers. Uh, well, I'm fully clothed, but let's just say in underwear, while ranting about the ethnic cleansing of monkeys. And I quote, "Those fucking monkeys, those fucking monkeys." End quote. Uh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think the torture thing was basically it was similar to when the waterboarding thing came out. They were arguing. So in the debate I had to do, they obviously picked like abortion is easy. That's just like a moral prerogative, or religious, right? So the people that have problems are generally bound by upbringing and moral code, right? Where it comes with torture, it's like, okay, if the torture saves lives, right, or is going to save lives, then, you know, okay. But it's been proven it doesn't, right? And it's been proven over and over again that it doesn't work. People just lie to you, right? So if it worked, it'd be a different story, right? But generally, torture is just you projecting your anger onto the other person. But it does work sometimes. So it's like, how do you defend that, right? It's like, well, 60% of the time it works every time. Sex Panther? Question mark? I'm Ron Burgundy? So, yeah, anyways, that was a hard debate. I can't even remember it too well, but I remember that one clearly as the one I lost because uh, all the other ones are really easy. You have to win the crowd over, of course, the people that are voting on your, debate. Um, but a lot of it is like people just use straw mans or logical fallacies to justify their position. So you can just catch them in a trap and they're like, abortion is wrong. Wrong why? Because go on. And then they're screwed, right? And then when the audience sees that they're unable to reply, you get an automatic win. Um, yeah. So what you're telling me is you don't like people not dying. You rather have the mother carry to term and she dies on the operating table or the delivery table? Sounds good. So my opponent here believes in mother killing. Wow, I thought I knew you. Thought I knew you. Or something like that, right? It's been a long time since I had a good debate. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, actually, that's a neat debate too. Whether a president should have the power to declare war. Um, but it's in like, then who else, right? And technically, the president can't unilateral. Well, he could, but he can't. Unilaterality. Wow, I can't even say that word. But anyways, you know what word I'm trying to say. Declare war and then send out the troops. Like he does have the power, but realistically, the whole country would revolt, right? So it's yes, you could, but no, you can't, right? You always have to have a casus belli, a reason for war, cause for war. So, because then even if you did go to war, the idea of war exhaustion would be immediate, like Vietnam. Whereas if they think you should go to war exhaustion will take forever, such as Afghanistan or Iraq, right? Because in that case, fuck them. But in Vietnam, why, right? So just because they can doesn't mean they can. Yeah. Wow. That is quite the conversation there, relevant.
Unilaterally. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know these words, but then sometimes after I've been talking for a bit, I don't know why, the brain just does not let me spit out the words. It's unilaterally. Like I say it all the time. Oh, yeah, Witcher 2. Fuck yeah. So good. And this Witcher will be Witcher 3, the game. We're going to get to see the flying hunt? The wild hunt. Yeah. Unilaterally. Yeah. You should split the ladder. It's not ladder, it's unilaterally. There's a split in the D and the ER, at least. But thank you. So we're in the last 6 minutes. I guess tomorrow's title will be The Aftermath of Joe Biden. Well, we'll just have something ridiculous. Today is a Thursday, a Wednesday. What's today? Yeah, okay, tomorrow's a Friday. Poop. No, you do not, Daryl. The only thing you should know going into it is that a Witcher is basically a vampire hunter, if you will, a demon hunter. Or actually, he's a monster hunter, to be exact. But he himself is a monster. So kind of like Space Marines, they torture and poison young children to become Witchers so they can fight the monsters that are around them. And essentially, it kills about, I think, 60% of all the applicants because they don't have the right genome, but they just go around poisoning people until they find one, right? Because monsters are scary and bad and evil. So that's all you really need to know going into it. I never played the first 2 games much, so I didn't understand the whole what was going on. I recognized the people because those characters carry on, but the scenes, the locations, finding a dragon, I'm like, this never happened. Then I found out, oh, it's because they haven't got to, season 2 is going to get to where he is now, which is, game 3. So, yeah. And less like urban Blackblade, and less edgy Van Helsing, and more just straight up, like, he doesn't give a shit about life. He's kind of like a chronically depressed with a sword. He just hates his lot in life. I love it. Fucking monsters. Yeah. But he's good at what he does. Like, very good at what he does. And that's, I think, what makes the character so awesome. I really do love The Witcher as a character. And it sucks that they dropped the ball on fucking Cyberpunk. Project Red are such good story writers, and then what the fuck is Cyberpunk? Like, I'm not invested in any of the characters. I don't give a crap about anyone. It's so bland, so empty. Damn. All right, let's see. Let's see if the magic lemons can give us the final 2 minutes. Give us some green. Okay. So that's our cutoff line. Yeah, I like reading Reddit. I have to take a break from time to time. Right now I'm on the break part because it's just so much of the same. Like, every post is exactly the same. It's going to be tomorrow. The squeeze is coming.
I like the solidarity posts, we're all in it together, blah, blah, blah. I love it. It's so nice to see people working together. But when every single post is that, it's like, okay, we get it. I love you too, bro. Like, let's move on. So, and no problem, my name. So, yeah, that's what I'm betting. I'm betting last minute Reddit snipe just so they can cheer in the chat. I'm hoping. Take my squeeze energy. Yep. There you go. Classic Reddit. Yeah, once Wall Street Bets maybe calms down, that place was really good. And then when it became like mainstream, holy crap. I kind of liked the change. It was nice. But then it was like, holy lordy, I can only take it for so long. Yep, that's exactly it. Or, Daryl, I convince the hive mind that what it wants is what it thinks it wants, but it's really what I want. So, when I don't get what I want, you bust out your pitchforks. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, how the turntables. Yep. Yeah, I know. I really liked Wall Street Bets, but as I just said, I can't fucking do it. It's just, oh my god, prayer posts every minute. Yeah. Yeah, except our investing, I followed them for a bit, and they're just like, they're so anal. Like, just ease up. Stocks should be fun. But, yeah. All right. We're down to the last 30 seconds. 30 seconds. We're going to go jump out of this glider. Go get us some scalps. I think you'll get a last minute 10. Who wants to bet on that? I think they're going to push it. It's going to be a last second. Should happen any second now. Someone's going to dump a... Oh, it's going down. Come on. We're going to close at 10. Do it. Do it. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and game. Damn. Nope. It was close. There's a little bit of volume there. But yeah, look at that. Like, what a garbage end. All right, so before you all disconnect, let's take a look. Just go a little further. Also, my name, normally when you're sitting here watching the end, that means you're late for work, if I recall correctly. Just to remind you. Let's see here. Where's the U shape? It is the paintbrush. Yep, there it is. Arc. And hark there. Okay, so if we go here, okay, we'll just drag this out. We're just going to redraw the U shape I've been talking about for almost 2 months now. I'm going to offset it. So it's not going to be a proper U. Yeah, see how that's starting to form up? So this is a little too severe, but this follows very nicely right here. Then this is too much, but you see the slope? So when you're trying to hunt for U's, you often see the shape of the walls shown in the stock, because the stock is following the U shape, but if it accidentally gets pushed up, it's still following the U shape, but from an elevated position, right? So this is possibly here, right? It just got pushed up.
So this here is sideways. So this one's not negative. So that's kind of like this, right? Almost perfect. This one here, if you lower it, perfect. Then this guy is too low, but he's quickly corrected. So yeah, if you bring this guy down, he fits perfectly. This one's a little low, but he's also following the curve. See his angle? His angle's perfect, right? So, as I said yesterday, if we see a jump in the morning, right? It pretty much confirms we're on the curve. We had a jump in the morning, and we're pretty much going solid until Biden killed us. So what we'll see tomorrow is we're going to see another jump because we're below the line, and it's going to bring us up, and then we'll probably have it down at the end of the day, but we're on the side of the curve, so it should start picking up now. So I think, I think we're on the side of the U shape. So tomorrow should probably confirm it to make sure that we're not just going down along the middle. And definitely when we get over probably 10, 11, 18, then we're golden. So, all right. So then it's Yahoo says 10. We're going to take it as a 10. Yep. Sweet. I knew they would push to 10. So that's excellent. All right. Well, that's the show. We'll be back tomorrow. Tell your friends, spread the love, subscribe if you haven't, and we will be back at it and hopefully getting richer each day. And if there's any questions, I'll answer them, and then we'll be on our merry way. And good night to all ye who have to work. My name, Echo, Echo, Echo. Whew, that's nice. All right. Not bad. Yeah, little dead, but we had some action. Yep. Have a great night as well. See you all. It's like a closing of an AA meeting. Oh, you're off today. Oh, well. Okay, well. Good. I was just making sure you don't get fired, because if you get fired, you can't buy any more stocks. Yep. See you tomorrow. 9:25 or so. Do you get weekends off, my name? It's probably where they make the most money, right? So you never get weekends off. No problem. Glad to help, Cameron. Glad to have you back as well. And the ghost of Stacy, thank you for popping in. No problem, Mr. I'm going to go with Ali. Sweet. Good. Yes. No, that was a special edition because, today was the great squeeze day, right? Blah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, she came in, around 1 o'clock maybe. You didn't miss much. She's just on vacation with her kids. So, on the target? I don't know what that means. But, yeah, it's all good. All right, well, I guess there's no questions. I'm going to go play some video games. And you guys can, I might work on my AMC theater on Mars. Might give that see if I can get the theater working. That's probably a good idea. All right, you have fun. I used to say the same, my name, but it's nice to have weekends off because the rest of modern society has weekends off. But it definitely sucks because there's lineups for everything, right? Yeah. But I'm on sick leave right now I'm actually on unemployed sick leave until my insurance kicks in. So I'm currently living off the stock market. So life is good and a little scary. All right. See you tomorrow.